Assurance said what's up song. Assurance said how are you.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Justin Credible Gaming
Shut the
said
fuck up.
finally some Azucena rank. Justin Credible Gaming said yo song.
Shut the hell up with your fucking Azucena. That's why I don't wanna play this game, because you are so fucking annoying with this shit. Bring non-stop that bullshit, kurwa. That's so annoying, kurwa. I don't wanna play this game because of you, most of the time. Boring ass jokes, kurwa. Don't wanna play this game. Actually, to be fair,
Justin Credible
I'm
Gaming
bored.
said lol.
What? What is this? When? 5? Hey, is it not already happened? Oh, it's today. Two AM. So for me it's like in 4 hours. Finally some new items. Lee classic costume, Steve classic costume, Avatar Shack. Yo. Trash. Yo, disgusting. I am like disappointed. Maybe Paco is happy for the Steve comp.
Justin Credible Gaming said Tekken 8 died fast for many people. After all the hype Paco and everyone else gave it, now they don't play it anymore.
Because the game is... First of all, the game is incomplete. Kurwa. That's the biggest issue, the game is fucking incomplete. You know? That's the first thing. The game is incomplete, full of scraps.
Get ready for the next battle.
And that's the like main reason. There's not much to be said.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yo!
Round 2. Fight.
Walcz z honorem! Przesadziłem.
Round 3. Round 4. Fight. You win.
He was like so. What the fuck?
Get ready for the next battle.
Wait already.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
What the fuck, bitch? Fuck!
Round 4. Fight.
Oh shit, I'm dead. Woo!
Final round. Fight. You win.
I mixed him up pretty bad. Go fight
Get
someone,
ready for the next
someone
battle.
more easy.
Songitto 1986 said hi.
Why the fuck is not catching Twitch?
Just incredible gaming said noobs on so far tonight.
Man.
Get ready for the next
The fucking
battle.
extension, why is it not catching?
戦う首相の腕前
Round one.
Completely dead.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight. You win.
Yeah.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Holy shit, I didn't see that there.
立場をわきまえろ
Oh shit.
Round three. Fight.
Oh shit. Oh my god, with all the...
Perfect. Round four. Fight.
Kurwa mać.
TT_Milkers 420. Said guy's name is a Harada Ref Skull.
Oh my god. Hard fight. Man, he always gets me with that fucking side step. Kurwa mać. Oh my god. Man, I hate those fucking Reinas that power you with all this fucking shit that you have to like respect most of the time. And I fight this guy, this is not the first time.
Round
Shut
one. Fight.
Oh shit, no kurwa, and I'm stuck in this.
TT_Milkers 420. Said use 1+2 more to keep her out.
Round two. Fight.
What the fuck? Kurwa, that sidestep, kurwa. Yo!
Round three. Fight.
No yo, kurwa, that fucking sidestep into that shit.
Round four. Fight.
TT_Milkers 420. Said didn't work on that range. Do it only with 1 or 2 backdashes away.
Kurwa. Holy sh... I'm dead. Kurwa mać. No. Yo. Kurwa mać. Fucking shit. Nice work on the throw.
Songitto 1986. Said ooey. Chris Thornton. Said what up song. Songitto 1986.
I need to fix.
Said hi.
Hello Chris, I need to fix that so that Twitch chat works. That.
Songitto 1986. Said hi.
YouTube is
Songitto.
YouTube is what?
Said hi. TT underscore Milkers 420.
I just
Said hi.
what is why? One more time.
Songitto 1986. Said hi.
What has shown this shit? Why is it not working?
Songitto
Oh, that was the
1986.
fucking problem?
Said K.
Okay. Yo, what a bullshit. Now it's working.
Get ready for the next battle.
What a bullshit. There was a pop-up on the what's that frame rate drop? Never mind. It worked. That was pretty stupid.
Get ready for the next battle.
Sentiments of my
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Kurwa, and I hold that block. Fucking kurwa, ty.
Round 4. Fight. You win.
Mam chwilę przed kolejnym spotkaniem. Ciekawe, czy tamta restauracja jest jeszcze otwarta.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Yo. Fucking large shit, kurwa, I hate it. Oh my god.
Round 4. Fight.
Shit, like that from that far away. What the fuck, man? Oh my god, kurwa. Co to robi? Stop ten. Trash lads, kurwa.
Fight.
Kurwa, man. Kurwa. Kurwa!
TT_Milkers 420. Said, didn't I say only stupid NA kids use kick? Sotoroku SSJ4 powerful app. Said, hello Gito and Assurance, how are you guys? Hand waving, hand waving.
Round 3. Fight.
Kurwa, that...
Round 4. Fight.
Imię wszystkich
Fuck Lars.
walcz z honorem! Przesadziłem.
Kurwa. It was not for that.
Final round. Fight.
Kurwa mać. Just...
Muszę wygrać w imię wszystkich
Woo! Got him. Bitch ass. Oh, what
Get
happened on
ready for
kick?
the next battle.
Peter had one ball in his ball sack. Yeah. Crazy shit.
Just incredible gaming. Said dat mashing.
Shut the fuck up, Justin.
Get ready for the next battle. Yes. Round 1. Fight.
No yo, I'm sidestepping that shit. Why the sidestep didn't work? That is the question.
Fight.
Those fucking pole players with that fucking cheese. This fucking shit is so fucking annoying, kurwa.
Round 3. Fight.
Kurwa.
four. Fight.
Hey yo. Why? Why is it catching me when I should step? I see. This is ridiculous. I should be able to step that shit. What is happening with this fucking game?
Round one. Fight.
No kurwa.
I'll show you. Round two. Fight.
Oh.
Round three. Fight.
Oh my god.
Round four. Fight. I'll show you.
Muszę
God.
wybrać imię wszystkich Polaków. O!
Round one. Fight.
Kurwa, to...
Round two. Fight.
No yo! Man, like how did from far off screen hit me, no?
Round three. Fight.
Oh my god, the fuck, I don't know the trick. That's why I don't like this game. So many camera, like, out of nowhere, you are in this wild position, And you're like, what the fuck I'm supposed to? What do you do when your camera is constantly against you?
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Oh my god.
Round two. Fight.
How? Yeah. Yeah. What she said.
Round three. Fight.
No, yo!
Just incredible gaming, said Corva.
Round four. Fight. Final round. Fight. You win.
Bitch. All that Kazuya shit didn't help you.
Round one. Fight.
Just incredible gaming, said Trash Kazuya.
All this Mayman garbage.
Round two. Fight.
Right.
Just Incredible Gaming. Said nah, they better than Scrub Man.
God, I hate this.
Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight.
Oh my god, did you see that fucking hell? Lucky as fuck. But it's boring, I will tell you, like after so many fights, this is fucking boring.
Round 2. Fight.
Assurance. Said Yo Soto. Assurance. Said Yo Justin.
Kurwa, I always think I can...
Just Incredible Gaming. Said hey Assurance.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh my god, you're gonna do this? Yo! I always...
Round 4.
Sotoroku SSJ4 Powerful Hash. Said Yo Justin Cheese Wedge Cheese Wedge Cheese Wedge.
Yo!
Just Incredible Gaming.
No
Said
kurwa!
Sub Soto.
Get ready for the next battle.
Sotoroku SSJ4 Powerful Hash. Said sup Justin Cheese Wedge Grin. Nyotengu. Said hi family
Get
cool.
ready for the
Hi,
next
guys.
battle.
Nyotengu. Said how is everyone doing tonight?
Round one. Fight.
Sotoroku SSJ4 Powerful Hash. Said yo Nyotengu my friend how are you hand waving. Nyotengu. Said I'm doing good.
Imię wszystkich Polaków!
Of course, Eddie with annoying shit.
Walcz z honorem! Przesadziłem. Przygotuj się!
Nyotengu. Said I'm upset because they nerfed Lydia pouting.
When? There is already the patch notes? Why they need to nerf her? For what?
Nyotengu. Said yes.
Get on her. Kurwa, and she always misses this. Kurva, I probably got hit by 1,000 points. What a bitch. One and done. Okay, then let me see, then let me look at the patch notes if they are out.
Nyotengu. Said she have a bug fix too.
Gonna try to go on Twitter. Make sure to save your... Okay, I'm on it. English here. Hit fix it so that the attack does not track. When it... Yo, that's a bullshit. That's fucking shit, kurwa, straight away. The fucking like... During rage, tracking performance has been adjusted to mitigate severe misalignment that could occur when activated while being off axis with the opponent. The behavior on landing a down hit with the second, third and fourth has been modified. The adjustment is made in a response to issue where hitting a down at opponent. Dude. Fixes an issue with a certain input from moves. Then during the strap. That's trash. And that's all? Man, it's all trash. Nothing to report.
TT_Milkers 420 said Lydia gets nerfed it seems. Nyotengu
Yeah.
said do you see it?
Yeah, I already reviewed it. Essentially they fix some tracking, like, well, they did something. They nerfed the political storm, which I don't use, so for me it doesn't matter. So they nerf, and they nerf horse stance. Yo, what? What they did to that? Let me check. Let me check what they exactly did with it. Fixed an issue with a certain inputs for moves from heaven and earth stance during the strike throw, and which resulted in remaining hit to not be consumed. Right.
TT_Milkers 420 said https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals f0 kiof cw0w.
What the are you? Yeah, so they nerfed that. Okay, I see. Doesn't matter. Unless they don't destroy the character.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Oh.
Round three. Fight.
Oh.
Round four. Fight. Final round. Fight.
Yo. No, rywa mać.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight.
Kurwa.
Final round. Fight.
What the? Kurwa, I have no will to fight this fucking game.
Get ready for the next battle.
Kurwa, I don't have nothing else to play.
VR97 said GGS brother, I was the Kaz player, very sorry for the one and done, but I got a call phone GGS again.
No problem, man. It's one of those. It's just something Paco would like. Man, so many games like this are like out now. Oh, they are new. Catalog Met Classics.
Sotoroku SSJ4 powerful hash said, Gitto, do you like Skyrim?
Never played this actually. I never play Skyrim, to be fair. €80.
Bez litości! Bez litości!
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Yo.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
Kurwa, I hate this. Yo.
Round four. Fight. Final round. Fight.
What the fuck, man?
Sotoroku
Ridiculous because
SSJ4
kurwa I have...
powerful hash. Said Dragonov nerfed one day.
Round one. Fight.
Yo.
Round two. Fight. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Kurwa.
Round 4. Fight.
Kurwa.
Final round. Fight.
Jak how?
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Oh my. Second part.
Round 2. Fight.
No kurwa.
Round 3. Fight.
Sotoroku SSJ4 powerful hash. Said Gitto I those days to see you to Crash Bandicoot 4 very good streams. Folded
Kurwa.
hands full score biceps.
Fuck Crash Bandicoot.
Wygotuj!
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Kurwa. No come on!
Round three. Fight.
Muszę
Kurwa.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
Dobra.
Round four. Fight.
No kurwa, mać, pieprzona kurwa!
Round one. Fight.
Fuck.
Great. Round two. Fight.
Yo!
Nie wszystkich Polaków!
Oh. Round three. Fight.
Yo!
Round four. Fight.
Kurwa. Kurwa.
You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
No fuck this, I cannot play this game. And I don't wanna play, kurwa. This, I don't know what it is. I really don't. Fucking games are fucking boring. Tekken is fucking stressing. Is this middle life crisis, kurwa?
Sotoroku SSJ4 powerful hash. Said who is this planet Itto?
What?
Bomb guy. Said hello laughing face.
Yo, man.
Bomb guy. Said I've seen you play this game a lot. What is the game called?
Stellar Blade.
Sotoroku SSJ4 powerful hash. Said yo bomb guy.
And it's a game that I don't have to think too much.
Bomb guy. Said niece. By the way, developers put a lot of work on this cake. Smiley face.
This cake, yeah. It's a very detailed cake.
괜찮아? 조치가 필요할 것 같은데.
괜찮다.
이야기해봐.
대장께서는 대사막의 우리 사막의 폭풍 분대 여기서 콜로니 테라포밍 시스템의 남쪽 방향으로 우린 시스템에
이봐, 회복 조치부터.
괜찮다. 거기서 부하들이 당하고 천사 너 우리가 수집했던 드론을 모두 가동시킨 성공하면
알겠어.
고맙.
Kurwa.
Sotoroku SSJ4 powerful hack. Said T-Canes PWSA's I bomb guy. Sotoroku SSJ4 powerful hash. Said 2 Greek persons to the chat me and bomb guy.
I had this shit. Oj, oj, oj. I don't know if it's because if I want to speedrun this segment, I don't know if it's even necessary to do what I'm doing right now. Ah.
서비스 드론 총 4대라고 했던가?
서비스 드론 이 근처에 유지 보수가
이 파수꾼은 뮤의 부하처럼 보이네. 당신의 기억이.
작동을 개시 작업 대상 시사
Motherfucker, I hate this bit.
서비스 드론 이니시 완료. 근처
서비스 드론 작업 시설 확인.
시스템 올 클리어. 솔러 타워 상태 정상. 리부트 성공.
좋아. 이걸로. 에너지가 공급될 테니 이제 이쪽 캠프들도 정상 작동하겠네. 부탁한 임무가 끝났어, 뮤. 이봐, 뮤 동료들이 떠난 곳으로 사막의 폭풍에 가셨은 당신의 기억이.
Yeah. New lore. New
Panda shoes. Said hi, hand waving.
Hello, Panda. How are you doing? Give me 1 sec.
Panda shoes. Said I'm well, how about you?
I'm well, how about you? I'm fucking destroyed. I don't have games to play. Truly, I'm going straight there.
Panda Shoes said I feel the same, I always just play Halo and Rocket League.
인간의 문명이
No matter what game I play, I feel like
전부는 아니야. 그래서 나 같은 스킬 부서가 있고
사막에서 나사를 찾는 일이라니.
지상에서
Panda Shoes said gaming ain't what it used to be.
it's more about, I think it's more about that we are getting too old to play games. And you can cope all you want, but the reality is always hitting hard that you are too old to play these fucking games.
어비스 레보아가 보여.
어비스 레보아는 어떤 시설이지?
맵 데이터상에 무언가 병기를 연구했던 기록 일부가 남아 있어.
네이티브와 관련이 있는 거야?
Panda Shoes said you may be right.
And you know what's the worst part? It sucks if I'm right.
Panda Shoes said it's too late to start selling drugs though.
Selling drugs is not
Panda Shoes said so I will have to start gaming.
But even this, like, of course I have to fight this bitch.
이번에도 시험을 치.
그렇다.
그럼 시간 끌지 말자.
Man, I picked the hardest difficulty. I don't know if it was smart.
이번에도 시험을 치러야 하나?
그렇다. 누구든 예외는 없지.
그럼 시간 끌지 말자.
Yo. hell, I love this. Uh-oh. I made a bad decision.
이번에도 시험을
그렇다.
그럼 시간 끌지 말자.
Just incredible gaming. Said, did you get Tekken God song?
Get the fuck out, Justin, with your fucking phone. Man, last moment. Bitch.
듣던 대로로군, 외지인. 여긴 저번보다 더욱 부디 조심하도록.
그래. 아담이 올 때까지 잘 부탁해, 릴리.
환풍기가 있는 쪽으로 가보죠.
Hey, wait. Know what we can try to play? Let's see how this is gonna work. Gonna play out. Mhm. Maybe this will bring me some fun. Let me see some. Oh my god, I have to install this shit. I could go and try to play. Man, so slow. Songitto. Let me see, maybe there is something interesting.
By the end of 1994, Final Fantasy VI had become Square's most successful title both critically and commercially, capturing the hearts and minds of millions of players both in Japan and North America, and dramatically raising the bar for RPGs. But with a new generation of home consoles looming, boasting spectacular 3D graphics and other capabilities far beyond what was previously possible, Hironobu Sakaguchi
Let me check. Legacy? Okay. How this looks? Wow, this is maximum.
We must clear this border post to allow our troops to pass through.
If we get rid of the commanding officer, the rest will not be able to offer any resistance.
First, we have to eliminate these two without making any noise.
I can climb up to the swing along them to...
Why isn't so much? Man, it all. Non-stop. Fuck. Can I finally play this game?
Good work. It's done.
Yes?
And every time I'm gonna do this, it's jumping like that.
Going there.
How you tied it?
Good idea, I suppose.
Uh-huh. I was trained for this. Uh-huh.
Going. Uh-huh. Okay.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Yes, sir. I was trained for this. That's it.
Kurwa, the fact that this resolution.
Quick, wasn't it?
Yes. Yep.
Yep.
Whoa!
Ah shit, I fucked up. Okay, I fucked up. Man, this game. If it was not that resolution shit that is happening, I wonder if there is fix for that. Discussion. Since I'm unable to post these guides, I own the with something game with files, destination pirates mode. I found a way to play the base game. I want to play this multiplayer. Man, I never finished this game. I wonder if I can do this now. Ah shit. Okay, we're gonna play with the keyboard. Oh my god. Kurwa, I cannot even... What is wrong? I cannot even play these games. I just cannot force myself to play games. Nice. This game sucks. Wait a minute, I need to check where I have... Soul Reaper.
Bot RC47 said if some old school game gives you problems with resolution or compatibility, try looking on PC Gaming Wiki. There you can almost always find the solution to the problem.
No, just this game doesn't support the like resolution. The lower ones. Where is it?
Bot RC47 said anyway, how are you?
I'm good.
Bot RC47 said cool bro, nice to hear that.
Wait. Of course the game fuck up. Yo, I don't know even where I am.
TT underscore Milkers 420. Said the whole world is man-pilled. Everyone wants the D.
What is wrong with you milkers? Man, too bad in this game you don't have like objective. Where the fuck I am?
TT underscore Milkers 420. Said what is this game? Why do we have to look at a dude's ass? Stop making me gay.
I'm not making you gay. It's a vampire. Kurwa, it's so hard to navigate this shit. What is this? Did you ever play Soul River? Fucking hell. Kurwa. Man, I give up with this game. It's so difficult to navigate. I tried. Wait.
Goth. This place has outlasted its usefulness.
TT_Milkers 420. Said don't spend money on this. You can get it for free.
To the sanctuary of the clans, Raziel. Melchiah's soul has endowed you with the means to gain...
Oh, I beat this guy.
A ghoul, a fratricide.
Elevated, Raziel, not reduced. Consuming Melchiah's soul has endowed you with a new gift. Insubstantial barriers such as these are no impediment to you in the spectral realm. Will yourself to pass through, and you shall. Return to the sanctuary of the clans, Raziel. Melchiah's soul has endowed you with the means to gain entry. Beware, however, this hollow derelict is abandoned,
Smoky
but
T
not
Bear.
uninhabited.
Said hi Gitto.
Yo, smoke.
Smoky T Bear. Said and a big hello panda. Smoky T Bear. Said big hi to everybody.
Unkind. I am your creation, Cain. Now, as before, you criticize your own work. What have you done with my clan, degenerate? You have no right. What I have made, I can also destroy, child.
Damn you, Cain! You are not God! This act of genocide is unconscionable! Conscience? You dare to speak to me of conscience? Only when you have felt the full gravity of choice should you dare question my judgment. Your lifespan is a flicker compared to the mass of doubt and regret that I have borne since Mortanius first turned me from the light. To know that the fate of the world hangs dependent on the advisedness of my every deed? Can you even begin to conceive what action you would take in my position?
I would choose integrity, Cain. Look around you, Raziel. See what has become of our empire. Witness the end of an age. The clans scattered to the corners of Nosgoth. This place has outlasted its usefulness. As have you. The Soul Reaver, Cain's ancient blade, older than any of us and 1,000 times more deadly. The legends claimed that the blade was possessed and thrived by devouring the souls of its victims. For all our bravado, we knew what it meant when Cain drew the Soul Reaver in anger. It meant you were dead.
TT_Milkers 420. Said dies of peak.
What?
The blade is vanquished. So it unfolds. And we are a step closer to our destinies. I swore I saw a glint of satisfaction in Cain's eye when the Soul Reaver was destroyed. I did not understand the game that Cain was playing, but I knew the finishing move.
From this moment And ever afterward, you and this blade are inextricably bound. Soul Reaver and Weaver of Souls, your destinies are intertwined. By destroying the sword, you have liberated it from its corporeal prison and restored it to its true form, a wraith blade, its energy unbound. No longer a physical blade, it can only manifest itself in the material realm when your strength is fully restored. Once manifest, it will sustain you.
What are you, little soul? Another of Cain's creatures come to taunt this bound spectre.
I did not intend to disturb your rest.
Rest. A body is needed for sleep. Flesh and bones are required to recline. No, child. All I may do is watch and remember, ceaselessly conscious as this wretched world's history unfurls. Ghastly past, insufferable future. Are they one and the same? Am I always here?
How have you come to haunt these pillars?
Cain refused the sacrifice. The pillar of balance, corrupted to its core, stands as a monument to his blind ambition. Now these pillars serve only to bind me here, my prison and eternal home, thanks to the avarice of your master, Cain.
That bastard can claim no allegiance from me.
Then we share a common foe, Raziel. Return here when you have need. Ariel remembers what others have forgotten.
Your brother Zephon's keep lies far to the east, beyond the ruins that greeted your first exit from the underworld. He and his brood have cocooned themselves in a derelict cathedral, having murdered its human guardians.
Play this part.
Once a testament to mankind's defiance of Cain's empire, this towering cathedral now stood derelict. The humans who worshipped here, dead for centuries. Its architect conceived this tower as a holy weapon against the vampire menace, a colossal instrument of brass and stone. The cathedral's pipes, once tuned to blast a deadly hymn, now stood silent, and these vacant spaces whistled their impotence.
Now fight this boss.
Prodigal son, there is no returning for you, Raziel.
Zephon, your visage becomes you. It's an appropriate reflection of your soul.
And you are not his handsome Raziel anymore, his precious firstborn son turned betrayer. You have missed so many changes, little Raziel. Look around you. See how the human's weapon of destruction has become my home. Indeed, my body. A cocoon of brick and granite from which to watch a pupating world.
A crevice in which to cower, only scuttling from the shadows to devour a victim already ensnared in your cowardly trap. But you've made the mistake of leaving me unbound, and it is you who must succumb to my will.
Will, instinct, reflex action. The insect mind finds little difference. I warn you, brother. As my stature has grown, so it is matched by my appetite. Step forward, morsel. The realm. In the spirit world, these insubstantial edifices will not support you.
Like a corpse in a shallow grave, corruption rises to the surface. Beyond these pillars, the defiled victim mutely screams its outrage.
The ancient tomb of the Seraphim, once impenetrably sealed, now ravaged by Nosgoth's upheavals, its mysteries lay exposed. In the time of Vorador, centuries before Cain was made, the Seraphim warrior priests waged a merciless war against the vampire tribes of Nosgoth. Emboldened by righteousness, they committed unspeakable and indiscriminate acts of violence, massacring fledglings and ancients alike. They decimated entire bloodlines in mere decades. Now their husks lay here, murderers enshrined.
Take heed, Raziel. A forgotten history lies within. Know thyself, though it may destroy you.
As I pulled the stone free, a sigh of sepulchral air escaped the inner chamber. I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold.
Yeah, I was there.
These crypts, defiled caskets of Seraphim saints.
TT_Milkers 420 said I only saw a boomer playing the second title, Blood Omen 2.
I played Blood Omen 1. Sorry, I didn't play this one fully, but it's too complicated. So River 2, and I think Blood Omen.
Force of relation. Were my hands not as bloody as these? Worse, I had spilled the blood of my brothers, these very comrades whose tombs lay ravaged before me.
Yes, Raziel, you were Seraphon, born of the same force that all but destroyed your race. Before the dawn of the Empire, you were chosen. Cain, Nosgoth's solitary self-declared monarch, plundered this tomb and raised you from his crypts. Breathing his vampiric gift into your defiled corpses, he resurrected you as his favored sons.
I think I fight this guy also.
Heretic, you shall not pass.
Such loyalty to one who has you guarding this outpost like a chained dog. Do you prosper on the scraps he casts you?
Your insults will do nothing to blunt the agonies of your demise.
Cain killed me once. Behold the result. I have no more to fear from you.
This weapon has infused you with the power to compress and manipulate space. As your symbiotic weapon, the Soul Reaver is also thus enhanced. You may focus and project an orb of kinetic energy to strike objects that are otherwise beyond your reach. Once a sanctuary against the vampire menace, this abbey has been drowned by the deluge.
Oh, this is where I am.
Land. Your brother Rahab and his brood, devastated even by the feeble rays of Nazgul's sun, overcame their vulnerability to water and retreated from the surface. Now they haunt these ruins and glide in the darkness of its stagnant depths.
Yeah, this is the boss I kill.
Rahab, you have adapted well to your environment, for one so maladjusted.
Do not mock me, Raziel. You of all of us should respect the power bestowed by a limitation overcome. Cain said you would come.
You speak with the murderer?
You would do well to mind your blasphemous tongue.
What more did he tell you?
That you would destroy me.
I will indeed. But tell me, before I tear your soul from its moorings, do you know what we were before Cain spawned us?
Human.
Seraphim Rahab, the antithesis of all we ever believed.
Does it matter? We were lost. He saved us.
Saved us? From what?
From ourselves.
Infused with Rahab's soul, it will overcome your former vulnerability to water's touch. Immersion in water will no longer dissolve your physical body, enabling you to swim to areas heretofore beyond your reach. Beyond the maelstrom of the abyss, a subterranean tunnel leads northward to the clan territory of your brother Dumas. Endowed with Rahab's soul, you may swim to gain entry where your progress was previously impeded.
This city once teemed with the life of my kind. Could it be that other clans had suffered the same fate as mine? In his madness, could Cain spare none of his brood?
It was not Cain, but Dumas' own arrogance that brought the downfall of his clan. These are human weapons, Raziel. Believing themselves invincible, Dumas and his offspring failed to see an attack coming from the least likely assailants. Complacent in their arrogance, they were taken by surprise, allowing the human vampire hunters to decimate their ranks with little resistance. The few that escaped have been reduced to scavengers.
My brother Dumas, a powerful warrior in life. He would have burned with shame to have me find him here like a stuck pig.
Unbound at last. I thank you, brother.
Your thanks are premature, Dumas. I have not forgotten whose hands bore me into the abyss.
The centuries in limbo have honed my strength. Not even Cain is my equal.
Even the strongest vampire is vulnerable.
We shall test your thesis, Raziel.
My bloodthirst has been superseded by an even darker hunger. I will consume your soul before this day is done.
That's the bigger problem.
TT underscore Milkers 420 said, God, I wish that was me.
What? Burnt crisp? You know what's the problem? What's the point of playing the games when you can watch everything?
The spectral and material realms, and in the physical world, it can be employed to manipulate otherwise immovable objects. In the furthermost canyon of Nazgul's frozen wastes, the hushed silences embrace an ancient enigma. In the bowels of this labyrinth, your master awaits.
The Oracle's Cave, where Cain's first fateful meeting with Mobius occurred. Mobius played the role of a doddering soothsayer, stirring his pot of visions while dispensing enigmatic predictions to gullible visitors. Underneath the facade was Mobius the Time Streamer, sorcerer of the Circle of Night.
TT underscore Milkers 420
Since his murder,
said, for nostalgia maybe.
I played this
at Cain's hands centuries ago. These caves have stood vacant, though, like Mobius himself, they are rumored to be only a facade for a much larger, more elaborate complex. I sensed that Cain was here, and at that moment, I would have plumbed the depths of hell to find him. This, I deduced, must be the man himself, the Time Streamer, Mobius. He seemed not at all the impressive figure I had imagined from Cain's boasted exploits. And yet, even this cold image radiated a certain undeniable power. My arrival in this miserable age. What trickery is this?
It is no illusion, Raziel, but a glimpse into the currents of time itself.
These apparitions torment me. Has this all been foretold? Impossible! This must be one of Kane's deceptions. My mind reels with conflict. Does Kane await me moments from now, or in some century yet to come? This cannot be. What madness does this scene portend? Kane must think me credulous to suffer these lies.
Oh my god, this would be so annoying to do.
Is this phantasm a conjuration of my mind, or an echo of future events?
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
No. I had faith in you. In your ability to hate, in your self-righteous indignation.
Lies. You cannot have foreseen all of this.
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel. To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never have contained such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Gazing out across the plains of possibility, do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? And as such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. And that is why, when I must sacrifice my children to the void, I can do so with a clear heart.
Very poetic, Kane. But in the end, you offer no more than a convenient rationalization for your crimes.
These chambers offer insight for those patient enough to look. In your haste to find me, perhaps you have not gazed deeply enough. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine a millennium ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. We are compelled ineluctably down preordained paths. Free will is an illusion.
I have been to the tomb of Seraphan, Kane. Your dirty secret is exposed. How could you transform a Seraphan priest into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer. Can you grasp the absurd beauty of the paradox? We're the same. Seraphan and vampire. With our holy wars, our obsession with Nosgoth's domination, who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
I will not applaud your clever blasphemy. The Seraphan were saviors, defending Nosgoth from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are open, Kane. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Seraphan were noble, altruistic? Don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours.
You are lost in a maze of moral relativism, Kane. These apparitions and portents. What game are you playing now?
Destiny is a game, is it not? And now, you await my latest move. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
Be warned, Raziel. Once you cross this threshold, you are beyond my influence.
TT_Milkers 420 said this game reminds me a bit of Castlevania.
Probably it is.
Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah. Welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny. Where time is but a loop, a loose stitch in the universal cloth, a streamer might seize upon a chance, a fatal slip, and plunge the fate of planets into chaos.
And that's all? There is no cutscene at the end?
And Messiah, welcome, time-span soul.
Brutal. The movie? What is it?
This travesty. Brother Rahab has secluded himself and his progeny in the ruins of a half-drowned abbey. Soul empowers you to wind a constricting paths.
Free will is an illusion.
Okay. Legacy of Kain. Legacy of Kain, sorry, the legacy is full story.
Kain is deified.
Glowing life meter that mimics the Elder God. At the small mausoleum's metal door. Finding inside 2 ghoulish fledglings, their brains so decomposed they seem to have little aversion to stepping into the deadly light. Cleverly surrounded by water, the human guards, upon seeing us, will fall to their knees in reverence. This is due to the fact that previously, in the necropolis, it was compulsory for Raziel to encounter a crossbow-wielding vampire hunter. If we had retaliated against him, all vampire hunters in the entire game become irrevocably hostile, and villagers would flee from us in terror. On the other hand, if we were to ignore this hunter and proceed to the next area without harming him, any subsequently encountered villagers and vampire hunters would bow down to this unknown blue wraith as a messiah, assisting us in combat against vampires and allowing us to sip at their souls for health. Overlooking the citadel, we then muse.
The human citadel, its towering walls and deep moats engineered to keep Nosgoth's vampire plague at bay.
Gliding over the gap to the city, we further reflect.
Holy
Though
shit.
the city was well fortified against vampires, its human architects hadn't considered a breach by a creature such as myself.
The human citadel is a large area which houses 1 health power-up, 1 eldritch energy power-up, and although the city was accessible prior to gaining Rahab's ability to swim, it's required to attain the water glyph. However, in the original Soul Reaver storyline, it was actually intended that Raziel would swim to an underground city complex, the Undercity and temple areas, populated by vampire worshippers. In the retail version, of course, they're only found in the Silenced Cathedral. The leader of the worshippers was the priestess, who would have the gift of possession. The battle with her would have waves of enemies that she could summon from a high ledge, and upon her death, granted to Raziel was the possession ability. Now, the reason why I share this now is to show that humans, though they were discarded by Kain as little more than amusement and a test for fledgling vampires, are somewhat a formidable force if trifled with. Back at the broken bridge leading to Dumas' domain, we leap towards said bridge falling short. Only with a swimming skill do we propel ourselves out of the water to the ledge above. Following the snaking tunnel, we then find another body of water, no doubt a deterrent placed by the developers, in case players attempted to enter the domain prematurely. Exiting the water, we're then ambushed by the first of the Doomium. Following the path outside into the frigid frost, we pause to see Dumas' flag flies proudly in front of his fortress. The snow pelting down seems to be intermingled with ash. Though the area seems deserted, we scale a rampart to our right, admiring the horned helms of stone guardians outside the main gates. We then glide gracefully into an outer enclosure, where we open large wooden doors and are shocked to see the state of the ruined city.
This city once teemed with the life of my kind. Could it be that other clans had suffered the same fate as mine? In his madness, could Kain spare none of his brood?
It was not Kain, but Dumas' own arrogance that brought the downfall of his clan. These are human weapons, Raziel. Believing themselves invincible, Dumas and his offspring failed to see an attack coming from the least likely assailants. Complacent in their arrogance, they were taken by surprise, allowing the human vampire hunters to decimate their ranks with little resistance. The few that escaped have been reduced to scavengers.
In utter disbelief that humans' weapons were responsible for destroying the powerful Doomium, perhaps the strongest of all the clans, vampires that boasted the greatest armors forged in the fires of their great furnace. We then phase into the spectral realm and through metal grating into the labyrinthian structure. To our right, finding the lingering presence of incensed vampiric spirits. And sunlight peeking over the ledge above, perhaps accessible in the physical plane. Heading to the inner courtyard, we skirt the outer cloister to shift realms. And see inside the courtyard, a puzzle block where, upon using telekinetic blasts, we can return to Wraith form, entering the enclosure and allowing us to venture higher, finding a shifting point to return to the sunlit ledge, gliding across the scene of the carnage below.
That's what is annoying in this game, like...
Following the metallic
there
ventilation
is
system,
no...
we see we're inside a more industrialized area that has been
nothing
flooded,
that
causing our
tells
heart to
you
be barred,
what to
leveraging
do.
the lever to our right. We can then drain the excess fluid like an infected pustule. Once clear, we find 2 near identical puzzles featuring multiple blocks and once drowned Doomium. The key to this lengthy puzzle is not only assembling the blocks on each side to be able to get out of the grating area, but then pushing 2 blocks from one side to the far wall, creating a tower high enough to reach the previously inaccessible ledge. Tracing the metallic hallway, we soon learn we're inside a ventilation system of sorts, that it could have destroyed our physical form entirely, if activated. As we soon see, we've landed in the heart of the once powerful furnace. On the left side of the forge is a valve, on the right, a switch. And when dropping down to the valve, we see a meandering Doomhim fledgling, barely sentient in its pathetic patrol. Turning on the valve activates the gas nodules across the room, and we glide over to the switch on the other side, momentarily relighting the great forge's fires with a boom. The poor Doomhim and the door he was guarding, utterly incinerated in the blast. As we learned long ago,
TT_Milkers 420
moving blocks in the main courtyard.
said that's good old classic games. People learn how to actually play this games in 2024 lol.
The good old classic games?
And cross into its eastern archway. A large spiked bridge bars our path, and we discern the switch to be higher. This puzzle involves again shifting between realms to move the room's architecture to more suitable heights. And the jumps are quite unforgiving nonetheless.
Holy shit.
With the drawbridge descended, we enter Dumas' domain undaunted by the danger thus far. Finding to our left a giant inscribed monolith and the entrance to Dumas' throne room, now barred. This monument, no doubt a symbol of his clan's virility and dominance in times past, now a limp testament to his premature demise. Heading back to our right, we find another beam of light spelling another way to ascend high above, and over the grating housing his precious scrawled on pillar. Using the phase-shifting sequence again to move the stone platforms to more agreeable heights, we mount the lip to his monument. Thinking of Dumas and his love of physical prowess, plus our own newfound strength imparted by our wraith-like form, which our brother was responsible for granting us, helping to toss us into the abyss. We then cast our mind to our father, Cain, the catalyst of all these events, and what he would say in our position, uttering, "They victors, suffering to the conquered." As Dumas' obelisk comes crashing down on the door guarding his personal chamber. Flying open the giant double doors, we find ourselves in a decadent hall, and an unexpected scene commenting.
My brother Dumas, a powerful warrior in life. He would have burned with shame to have me find him here like a stuck pig.
Approaching our bound brother, we see stained glass behind him, ostentatious and well-earned. On each side of the room are towering guardians, meant to instill menace that was obviously also well-earned. Finding it unbelievable that the humans could have felled such a great warrior. Looking at Dumas, pathetically sitting helpless on his throne in his invincible armor, yet his defeated remains are untouched by the ravages of time. Shifting to the spectral realm, we're then mocked.
Come to save my soul, prodigal brother.
Not to save it.
TT_Milkers 420 said I mean many classic games from the PS1 and PS2 era don't tell you what to do like in Souls games. As a kid I was stuck in some games like Rayman 2.
Yeah, I play Rayman 2 and 3.
We then rush the giant before he can react with a swath of our river, doing nothing even in his spirit form, as he spins around us with his own soul-sapping counterattack. Forced to turn heel and flee, we run and hear the spectral Dumas follow, perhaps only saved due to his tethering to his bound body to the mortal coil like an anchor. Returning to Dumas' body, we think back to the Doomhim we previously encountered, that would lay dormant until their souls were taken, and against our better judgment, pluck the spears from his hide, so he may revive long enough for us to take his soul proper.
Unbound at last. I thank you, brother.
Your thanks are premature, Dumas. I have not forgotten whose hands bore me into the abyss.
The centuries in limbo have honed my strength. Not even Cain is my equal.
Even the strongest vampire is vulnerable.
We shall test your thesis, Raziel.
My bloodthirst has been superseded by an even darker hunger. I will consume your soul before this day is done.
Ready to strike Dumas, he simply laughs. Then he counters with an earth-shattering pound. Dumas then attempts the same corral and soul-snatching move as in the spectral realm, and again we're forced to flee. This time, our brother is untethered and remains hot on our heels. With no way to slow the gargantuan foe, nor any way to seemingly harm him, we think perhaps he is invincible, and has indeed surpassed Cain. As then, we backtrack into the forge, where we blasted the doors off their hinges and scorched the poor fledgling. Remember, fire is the one weakness we can count on against the Doomhim that they'd never overcome. Distracting the overconfident behemoth, we see his hubristic nature again to be his downfall, activating first a valve as he skirts the room. Then, as he lies in the blast path, we pull the switch on the other side to incendiary effect as he wails in agony.
And this guy is like...
TT_Milkers 420
Consuming Dumas' soul
said
causes you to wind a
LUL.
constricting band of spectral energy around your enemies. This energy manifests
I
itself
like
in
how
both the
this
spectral
guy
and
is
material
like...
realms, and in the physical world, it can be employed to manipulate otherwise immovable objects.
Brother disposed of, we exit his forgotten fortress, our sights set on our old master. After our encounter with the now incinerated Dumas in his ash city, the last of our brothers to pay for their betrayal, Barturel, who was cut from the final game, and whose story is, thankfully, yet to conclude.
The fuck
As we depart Doomihim's domain, the Elder God directs.
In the furthermost canyon of Nosgoth's frozen wastes, the hushed silences embrace an ancient enigma. In the bowels of this labyrinth, your master awaits.
Kain. So our time has come to succeed our father atop his throne of lies. Speaking of thrones, we return to the pillar where Kain's previous victim, the ex-guardian of balance, Ariel, restlessly roams.
In the bowels of an inverted clockwork, the tormentor awaits. Be wary, Raziel. Those blind with rage are by destiny ensnared.
Seeking out our tormentor, deep in the canyons beyond Dumar's domain, we see the entrance to this ancient enigma and meditate on Ariel's words. Those blinded by rage are by destiny ensnared. Wondering if she's speaking about Kain, or our own dark destiny to come. We then leverage our new constrictability against the wandering Doomihim. Studying the sundial, we then realize our new ability is the key to opening this locked fortress. Deeper within, we tangle with a Turalim, guarding a door to an inner sanctum. Stopping to study the markings on said door, most are unfamiliar to us, yet we somehow remember the infinite symbol to be. Yet seeing the dragon reminds us of the symbol of infinity, a metaphor for time and its nature. Shifting back to the spectral realm, a crevice in the wall leads to mechanisms we overcome to unlock the secrets ahead. Doing so reveals a chamber with a lit cauldron that discloses much more than we anticipated.
The Oracle's Cave, where Kain's first fateful meeting with Mobius occurred. Mobius played the role of a doddering soothsayer, stirring his pot of visions while dispensing enigmatic predictions to gullible visitors. Underneath the facade was Mobius the Time Streamer, sorcerer of the Circle of Nine, a ruthless manipulator with the power to bend time. Since his murder at Kain's hands centuries ago, these caves have stood vacant, though, like Mobius himself, they are rumored to be only a facade for a much larger, more elaborate complex. I sensed that Kain was here, and at that moment, I would have plumbed the depths of hell to find him.
Seeing near the cauldron a swirl etched on the floor from foot traffic, we use our own constrictability in a similar manner to uncover a secret passage. Following the winding tunnel ever downward, we finally come across a great mechanical construct, overlooked by a staff-wielding stone effigy of its patron.
This, I deduced, must be the man himself, the Time Streamer, Mobius. He seemed not at all the impressive figure I had imagined from Kain's boasted exploits. And yet, even this cold image radiated a certain undeniable power.
Turning, we see the source of the ticking, the promised inverted clockwork, which, upon being activated, opens the bowels of its many mechanisms below. Solving the rudimentary puzzles meant to impede us, we make haste, descending past the cryptic symbols of what seem to be calculations of time and or space. And find ourselves inside a hallway that Mobius obviously covets as his true power, as we see the very fabric of time and space warp before our eyes, almost calling to us, ever forward, to show us a flurry of visions of our own twisted place in the time stream, or perhaps something else entirely.
My arrival in this miserable age. What trickery is this?
It is no illusion, Raziel, but a glimpse into the currents of time itself.
These apparitions torment me. Has this all been foretold? Phantasm.
Ending rage. The great disturbed by what we've seen. We leave the Hall of Visions behind, descending deeper into a hall of marble windows, perhaps representing the great nothingness of time itself, scarred by beings attempting to subvert their destiny. And all the while we think of Kain and our unending rage, as we come to a final door marked by the infinite loop of the Time Streamer, knowing our final showdown is about to take place.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
No. I had faith in you. In your ability to hate, in your self-righteous indignation.
Lies. You cannot have foreseen all of this.
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel. To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never have contained such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. We're no more than a foretold paths. One must
saviors.
That he's harmed by its spectral forms, the demented time thief. Judgment.
Destiny is a game, is it not? And now, you await my latest move.
Kain once again summons his violet electric judgment that burns our very being to the core. We quickly heal in the center of the room and charge the demented time thief. Striking Kain with Reaver, we're relieved that he's harmed by its spectral form as he hurriedly works Mobius' machine. Wherever he's attempting, we know time is not on our side. As we scale the second level of the room, searching for Kain, and a hit with a deadly blast once more. Without the Reaver, Kain merely mocks our feeble attempt. Only with Reaver's power proper does he yield to our assault. With a third penultimate hand on the infernal machine, whirring to life, we scramble to find Kain atop the third level and find the distance greater than anticipated. paying for our ignorance in pain. We glide to the floor below, attempting to heal, only to be met with more rays of ruination. Attempting a final gambit at bringing Kane down, we hurl a telekinetic blast, but he simply peeks over his perch-top counter above, proving too powerful. We're then set upon by hungry wraiths in the spectral realm. Feeding off them, we find our footing back in the material plane and attack Kane, landing a final almighty slash against the tyrant's abdomen. They victors, indeed!
They victors, it's like from the Blood Omen.
But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
Be warned, Raziel. Once you cross this threshold, you are beyond my influence.
Raziel, Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah, destined stitch in the universe into...
Before the credits roll, I would like to give a huge... The story of Soul Reaver will be continued on the channel. And before the credits roll, I would like to give a huge thank you to the Patreon supporters whose kind patronage has made this video possible. And also the talented Raina Audrin for her tireless work and dedication in bringing the Soul Reaver HD remaster to life, and helping me personally getting my game running.
Dark Lord Dash. The tragic reason why you should kill the Insomniac in Oblivion. What happens if you fail to lift the curse of Benir's Manor in the Oblivion? Kane cheats to win. Soul Reaver. Legacy of Kane. Oh, this guy makes this in parts. Wrong about the arena fights that Oblivion, unspoken cruel Oblivion. Oblivion, kurwa. Diablo for full story 9 hours? Wait, does this guy have a playlist? For sure, full story, for sure they're gonna be. Come on, the Legacy of Kane. Diablo, full story, Brotherhood, full story of Knights of the Old Republic shots. Vampire Nightmare. The best of hell, the best, Diablo. Gaming Cup, Fallout. Diablo, The Witcher. Diablo 4, Red Dead Redemption lore. No, that. Legacy of Kane, let's see. Full story. Full story. Legacy complete history. The Legacy of Kane. 9 years, 2 years. 11 years. Blood Omen. Norse god mythology. Story pillars. Legacy, the complete history retro gaming documentary.
Betrayal, intrigue, revenge.
Back in the mid-90s, a video game series dropped that honestly didn't exactly pull in the big numbers. However, fans lapped it up, and just like all good publishers, the company that owned the rights constantly decided to mix up the formula, even when the sales picked up. This may sound odd, but in all honesty, these sort of things happen all the time, with some of gaming's greatest and most popular franchises, until the company that owns them goes back to their roots and then acts surprised that the fans were right all along. Now, before you all go back and sign that I told you so card for Sonic Mania to give to Sega, at least Sega did go back to their roots. For the Legacy of Kain franchise, it's a lot more complicated than that. That's right, ladies and gents. Today, I plan to look back at one of the most requested complete histories ever for the channel, with Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain, and Soul Reaver. A confusing franchise, a confusing storyline that essentially argues with itself, and a franchise that, just like so many others, leaves the publisher confused with what to do with it, even though fans of the series just want them to bring it back. Please. Surely it's better to pump money into this than, say, I don't know, Balan Wonderland? Ugh. You may be frustrated at the endless twists and turns that the series has taken. You may get wound up when you look at what eventually got released. You may be surprised to hear how many times this series failed to get off the ground with cancel game after cancel game after cancel game. But that's nothing compared to the behind-the-scenes gritting your teeth agony that almost every entry went through behind the scenes, which is what I plan to talk about today. So let's go back to the beginning and take a look at Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain, and Soul Reaver, the complete history with everything else in between, where we'll be looking at the behind-the-scenes stories and all major entries, how the series ended up coming about in the first place, the hardcore fan base behind the series, and of course, the games themselves. Welcome to Slope's Game Room. But before going ahead, a quick word regarding this Thursday's stream. Yes, at 9 PM UK time, 1 PM Pacific Standard Time, and 4 PM Eastern Standard Time on the 9th of September, I will be going up against you. That's right, whoever is at the top of the leaderboard by the time the stream ends will get an exclusive passes. Our story starts back in 1991, when a couple of science majors at Brock University at St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada, decided that they wanted to get into the video game industry. Of course, the gentlemen in question, Dennis Dyack and Rick Goertz, just like everyone else, wanted to do things a little bit differently. They wanted to take what they were interested in from an early age, with games like the original Ultima series, and inject some real-time combat and strategy elements into a new title for the Atari ST and Amiga. That game would eventually become Cyber Empires, or Steel Empires for us European folk, and the studio that they formed was none other than Silicon Knights. The plan was to always make a company not necessarily with wealth and public impressions as the end goal, but instead just to make great quality games. In fact, Dennis was moving into a more physical education-based role, with wrestling being his sport of choice, as well as doing taekwondo on the side before reluctantly moving into computer science. The reason for this change-up was the fact that he simply wanted to make games, but he didn't feel like he had the skills to do so. This passion started back when he was a youngster. He can remember back to a particular moment from his youth when a game changed his opinion on what games should be. It was during a late and sleepy night working his way through Ultima 3 Exodus, where a big whirlpool blocked the path of his ship. With no way to get around and after countless hours exploring the world trying to progress the game to no avail, Dennis became increasingly annoyed until he, without thinking, accidentally sailed directly into the whirlpool, which of course ran him up and then some, as his crew that he'd spent so long working with were undoubtedly going to die. Game over. Turns out, that didn't happen. After the ship got sucked in, it led the team to an entirely new area to explore. That whole moment, the way I felt at that point, I realised that I wanted to give that same experience back to other people. As stated, the first example of this, Cyber Empires, a game that as widely acclaimed as it was for the time, didn't exactly pull in the numbers. Thankfully, by this point, the team at Silicon Graphics had only grown to 4 members of staff, and therefore they were able to continue on creating games that they and their new dedicated fans wanted to see, and a sequel of sorts was quickly greenlit. However, this time they managed to acquire a rather impressive licensing deal, and that game would eventually become Fantasy Empires, or to give it its full title, Dungeons & Dragons Fantasy Empires. Again, it's another strategy meets arcade gaming title, but with a far more fantasy-based theme, and again, it ended up being a bit of a forgotten gem. It reviewed well, but sold okay. Regardless of how average these games may have sold, the dedication was definitely there. Even with a niche property like Dungeons & Dragons, the company did start to gain recognition, which meant they went from 4 members of staff to 8. Next up, we had the final refining steps that was obviously the studio's first breakthrough title, Dark Legions. This one was released in 1994, and just like before, refines the already brilliant arcade strategy combo that the studio had worked so well to accomplish. Spending time on this formula grew that hardcore fan base, and then some. Again, this was not exactly the biggest studio in the world making games that were going to sell to the masses. These were dedicated fans of the genre that continued to push this specific type of game, but this time they did it over a modem. Something very few games tried to do back in the day. Because of this, the game not only continued to appeal to that niche market, but it helped grow that niche market too. And because of this, that team of only 8 ended up growing to 22, filled up with some of those fans of the games that worked on such properties as the Beetlejuice TV show and the movie Heavy Metal. Over the years, Silicon Knights had worked closely with Millennium Interactive and, more importantly, Strategic Solutions Incorporated for their first 3 games, all of which were, of course, strategy games. However, like all good studios, 5 years in, they decided to push the boat out and try something new. Dennis was a hardcore RPG fan, of course. This was entirely within the world of PC gaming, but for this next project, they decided to look towards the world of consoles, and they did this by sending out 3 different design pitches to a wide variety of studios. One of those pitches is still unknown. The other was essentially an early concept for 2 Human, and the third was a Legend of Zelda-style horror fantasy title called The Pillars of Nosgoth, inspired by an unread book of Dennis's called The Pillars of the Earth that featured long mystical-looking pillars on the front cover that would eventually catch his attention as he stared at the gorgeous artwork. Fans of the Legacy of Kain series will know exactly what that ended up inspiring. Thankfully, out of everyone that saw these pitches, it was Crystal Dynamics that took them on originally for that sexy-looking sci-fi heavy 2 Human game, but eventually changing their minds and going for the Zelda-like Pillars of Nosgoth game instead. For the second time in Silicon Knights' life, a much bigger studio was going to be in charge of publishing one of their games, and for the first time in their history, this new game was going to be created not just on PCs, but also on the 3DO. Well, that was Silicon Knights' plan at least, and Crystal Dynamics, they had their own plans, those being of the Sega variety, and they heavily pushed the team to create this game for the Sega Saturn.
Round 1, fight!
Now, if we are going to be honest here, as great as Dennis and his team were at creating games, they didn't really have much of a clue regarding the console space. I mean, come on, the 3DO, really? Thankfully, a couple of weeks into the designing of the next game, another system was announced, and with the studio's producer, Lyle Hall, as well as over half a year's worth of designing the game, they collectively managed to convince the publisher to move from the 3DO and or Sega Saturn to this newfangled system known only as the PlayStation. They may not have spent too long in the console space, but it was obvious to them that Sony was the right choice. It was an easier system to work with, and it offered up everything needed to create a fully fledged RPG on a console the way they wanted to. Again, the team wanted to create a game that was similar in style to The Legend of Zelda, but they wanted to take it into areas previously unexplored. The game would take up a very serious high fantasy approach. The game would feature lengthy cutscenes and practically no dialogue either, as Dennis wasn't exactly a fan of reading blocky text on a screen. The game would be a title that adults would want to play, and the characters would be a whole lot deeper with a storyline that was a lot more elaborate than what was commonly found at the time. And of course, the perfect setting for all of this was a high fantasy vampire setting, and in time, the Pillars of Nosgoth became Blood Omen, The Legacy of Kain, the first in the series that we will be discussing today. You take control of Kain, someone who is killed at the beginning of the game no matter how hard you try, who is then brought back to life as a vampire in order to seek revenge. You can already see those influences from the Whirlpool in Ultima 3, can't you? From here you play a sort of anti-hero, someone who is technically a bad guy having to kill innocent people to live himself, but also someone who is also technically the only person who can save the day. This inspiration actually came from a Western of all places, Clint Eastwood's movie Unforgiven. It definitely left a lasting impression on Dennis and the rest of the writing team. Not necessarily a fan of Western flicks, Dennis was engrossed by the way the movie had no real good or bad guys per se, but instead each character had good and bad sides, leaving you, the viewer, to make up your own mind in each instance. Of course it was terrible that you, the player, had to kill good as well as bad, but you did it for the greater good, right? Well, that's where each player will look at this title differently. Regardless, the gameplay and most definitely the storytelling was incredibly well received by fans and critics. This sort of mashup had rarely been done to this level before, and the inclusion of fantastic voice actors such as Simon Templeman really did help bring this world to life.
The acts have taken on the feel of ritual. Isn't it strange how we must bribe our gods to stay?
When we first went into the recording studio, we were very concerned that the actors would not be able to communicate the complicated dialogue that Ken created. After 5 minutes with Simon Templeman, who had many years of theatre experience, we knew that there was no problem. We learned never to underestimate the talents of the Actors Guild. On top of this, the inspiration from the Wheel of Time series of books as well as the Necroscope series with a great underlying Shakespearean storyline structure made the overly complex lore work really well no matter what type of gamer you were. The way that Dennis puts it was that the very best Shakespearean plays would have silly gags and little innuendo jokes throughout the play to please the drunkards at the front of the show, but for everybody at the back, well, they could have a lot more of a sophisticated story if they wanted. Yes, the cutscenes do indeed look pretty terrible by today's standards, and the game doesn't feature too much of a soundtrack or score to engross the player, but thankfully what it does have is excellent voice acting that tells you the story as you go along rather than you reading what just happened. It makes the game and its rather obvious but still brilliant twist feel a lot more real to the player. We're going to be discussing a lot of games in today's episode of The Complete History, but if you ask me, none of them have aged as well as the original title. You may notice the eerie sounds, the moody lighting, the excellent contrast of colours in an ever-increasing world of dark horror games. You may not notice the day and night cycles or the weather system changing up in the areas you've already visited, and as stated, you may not realise that the story is progressing. Everything is so smoothly done that you genuinely do become one with the world, and obviously, more importantly, the character. You know, the guy sucking the blood out of the innocent people. Like the world's most incredible animated movies, you start the first few minutes praising the animation before simply accepting it and believing what you see. For me, even though the game is a little rough around the edges 25 years later and no cinematics have aged as well as a TV show called Reboot, the game is still great. That constant need to progress with its Metroidvania-light style system becomes secondary to simply being absorbed into its pixelated world. When those moments happen, they just happen. It really is a groundbreaking game for its time in regards to its storytelling that although it may be overshadowed by what comes next, it really should have been. Like all of Silicon Knight's games so far, Blood Omen does not get the retrospective support that it deserves. It's one of the PlayStation's early masterpieces that sadly is pretty hard to come by nowadays, but should still be played if you ever do find a way to do it. And sadly, there are several reasons for this. Firstly, the game set up a great storyline that went into the Soul Weaver titles, which are arguably a lot more appealing in their gameplay style, therefore played by more and remembered by more. But on top of this, the game's 3.5-year development cycle didn't exactly go down as well or run as smoothly as Silicon Knights hoped. Firstly, 3.5 years is a long time to make a game. Not so much these days, but most definitely back then. Crystal Dynamics ended up flying in employees to finish the game, and the release of this title ended up getting published by different region and system it was being released in and on. Because of this, in order to protect the title and make sure the public understands that it was in fact Silicon Knights and not some other company who made the game, the team ended up putting in an opening credit that explained that the concept, story, and content of Kain were created and developed externally at Silicon Knights. But no matter how much they tried to nail that fact home, a wall was indeed put up. The Legacy of Kain franchise, well, who owned it? It was up for debate, and it almost went to court. There's no denying that yes, Silicon Knights made the game, but who owned it? Well, that would be Crystal Dynamics, the publisher, Crystal Dynamics, that also made some games. Yes, I hear you, since the very beginning of The Complete History, I will eventually get to Gex.
If this were a video game, I'd be on my way to prison.
The agreement was no doubt reluctantly made, but was indeed made. Crystal owned it, and they would have to credit Silicon on all future games. This agreement was thankfully made outside the courtroom between the two, and it's because of this that legally obtaining a copy on PC or PlayStation isn't exactly the easiest thing to do. Now, of course, you can feel bad for Silicon Knights, and honestly, when I look back through interviews with Dennis, there definitely seems to be a little bit of heartbreak because he simply doesn't own the franchise anymore.
Legacy of Kain is a huge watermark for myself personally, and will always have a special place in my heart.
However, what the team did with the first game not only garnered a hardcore following, even more so than any previous Amiga strategy game, but it also grabbed the attention of Nintendo. And yes, we will also be covering that move in a future episode too. So, with Silicon Knights out of the picture, Crystal Dynamics were free to do what they wanted. Well, I say free to do what they wanted, but that wasn't true either, because that company was very quickly swallowed up by Eidos. You know, the same Eidos who by this point had Tomb Raider under their belt. Crystal Dynamics still very much existed, but they moved into a more development house, and from this point on, the next two Legacy of Kain games were being worked on at the same time in 1997. Those being Blood Omen 2 and Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. So, let's continue on with... eeny, meeny, miny, moe, if you want to let it go, eeny, meeny, miny... Nah, let's do Soul Reaver instead. Amy Hennig, easily one of the mothers of all of gaming storytelling. You like the story of the Uncharted games? You gotta be thanking Amy for those. You like the story of Blood Omen? You gotta be thanking Dennis and Ken, who also moved on to do other things. However, Amy was there too. She'd been moving up the ranks a good while by this point, starting as an animator artist on several games, including Blood Omen, before taking a more directorial, productorial, and writorial role with the sequel Soul Reaver. Now, the initial idea was to take the world that was originally built up in that first game and take one character and focus the game on that one character. One Raziel, a vampire turned wraith by Kain, where you, quite brilliantly, I might add, end up going against Kain from the first game, which further helps the player connect with the story of this game, and still gives something back to those more sophisticated peeps at the back that played the original. Of course, the biggest difference, however, is the gameplay itself, moving from a moody top-down viewpoint to something far more fifth generation. It's a third-person action adventure with some puzzle elements thrown in to cover up the rather wonky platforming sections, most notable these days as the genre has refined those mechanics and then some. But seriously, those minor gripes aside, the game is fantastic, and one of the perfect examples of making a 3D game sequel from something completely different. At the time, the biggest influence was, of course, Tomb Raider, almost unfairly so. However, the studio themselves did showcase the singularity of themselves, when in the preview stages for the game, as you constantly needed to explore areas, solve puzzles, and in this game's case, even gain abilities in order to move on. Of course, the Tomb Raider comparison was an easy one to make, and heck, this was the same studio that had Tomb Raider under their belt, and on top of that, it was 1999, when she was arguably more popular than even game's most iconic characters. However, since the game's release, several members of the team in interviews have likened the game more to classics such as Ocarina of Time, which actually makes a lot more sense when you take into account its combat and very light Metroidvania-style gameplay, and considering it had just progressed the same way that series had done with A Link to the Past with their own game Blood Omen, yeah, it's a bloody good comparison actually. Of course, with the game being as good as it wasn't long before a sequel was put forward, as well as Blood Omen 2 still being in development, but before going ahead, let's look at just how complicated the development of this game actually was. With a budget of $8.5 million, the game took a shade over 2 years to make, and of course, with all of the issues between Crystal Dynamics, or more Eidos Interactive to be fair, with Silicon Knights halting the use of the Legacy of Kain name, the title did have a bit of a rough start. However, after the team had secured the rights for this series, they started to piece together ideas for a new game that they could work on, and thankfully, Amy Hennig had already started working on a completely different game called Shifter, a post-apocalyptic biblical story influenced by John Milton's Paradise Lost poet that featured early concepts that would easily become the main characters, as well as game traits to Soul Reaver, with of course the shifting between worlds being the most obvious. The rest of the development went along without a hitch. That was until Eidos started to promote the game. This was when Silicon Knights jumped on board again, claiming that the idea was taken from one of their early concepts, which of course we later found out with the existence of Shifter that it wasn't. Because of these constant battles and tight deadlines, a good portion of the game ended up getting cut, including several boss sequences, including a fifth brother and an extra battle with Kain himself, as well as a rather important leveling up tree system more common in today's titles. On top of that, the team members that actually did create the game reportedly winced at just how badly the game was being promoted, giving off a more radical, edgy marketing approach rather than a more horror-themed fantasy style, which is what the game was all about. Regardless, it did brilliantly well, and that sequel, Soul Reaver 2, went full speed into production.
It's my bath time. There's nothing I like more than a good, warm, cozy bath. In fact, I think I'll just turn this heater up a little bit.
What a bonehead. But at least he got to keep his soul. Introducing a world where you take more than life. You take the soul. Soul Reaver.
The fuck, those commercials.
And hey, watch it. I'm gonna be the fastest human being in the world. Just line her up. All I gotta do is flip this switch.
Idiot. But at least he got to keep his soul. Introducing a world where you take more than life. You take the soul. Soul Reaver.
So when you're making my special ribs, the most important thing is to make sure you get all the coals covered with a lot of stuff that's nothing worse than a fire-raising condiment. So, here you go, you gotta get them all covered. Boy, I'll tell you, nothing better than ribs off of a good hot grill, huh? You know it. Okay, get them all. There you go. Okay. Now, piece of resistance.
What a moron. But at least he got to keep his soul. Introducing a world where you take more than life. You take the soul. Soul Reaver.
Following on right after the first game, but on the PlayStation 2 this time, the game went through an extremely quick production of just about 2 years, once again with Amy Hennig taking centre stage. Of course, you would expect the game went down a far more cinematic and story-driven route, which was similar to how the original Blood Omen game was, but quite far removed from the original Soul Reaver. One of the ways the team accomplished this was by removing the formulaic approach of level, boss, upgrade, repeat, level, boss, upgrade, repeat in this title, but instead, exploration plays a big role. The story is drip-fed to you as you play, and the amount of bosses and the overall length of the whole is shot down. For many at the time, this was not a welcome addition, but I can tell you right now, retrospectively, it works, and it works well, making this a much tighter gameplay experience. On top of that, the combat and the puzzles found in the original, although pretty good at the time, had of course moved on quite a bit since then, and in this title it was apparent that they needed a real injection of fun. Going back and playing the original now, yeah, those block puzzles, they get old fast. Regardless, the game is good fun, a lot more Tomb Raider related compared to anything before it. The debate regarding which game was better continues to this very day. For me, I'm more an Aliens guy because of all of the action and visual appeal of the sequel, and it's the same here. The original is longer, moodier, and a lot slower in the storyline department, whereas the sequel is a more get-up-and-go action-based game. You don't necessarily need to play Blood Omen to enjoy Soul Reaver, but I highly suggest checking out Soul Reaver 2, that although was sadly a little too rushed in pretty much every aspect according to the devs, it literally came out 1.5 years after the last game. However, it is still great fun.
What's on the mind of a Soul Reaver disciple at a time like this? Betrayal, vengeance, and painful obsession.
Yeah, Soul Reaver 2 is the most I played.
IDOS were not messing about. That was a 3-year gap between the original Blood Omen and Soul Reaver, but less than 2 years between Soul Reaver 1 and Soul Reaver 2. Well, they were not done yet. Blood Omen 2 came out only 6 months later with a budget of $8 million, and this time not taking a slightly modified Gex engine like the Soul Reaver games did, but this time they used the same in-house engine as Mad Dash Racing. Blood Omen 2 plans to continue on with the story of Cain from the first game, and as it was being made alongside the Soul Reaver titles, the team wanted to make sure that this one stood out compared to those games and took inspiration from such places as Dracula's Castle, the Batman films, the City of the Lost Children, and Victorian London and Victorian Paris. This is without a doubt the more gothic-themed game out of the 2 spin-offs, and you got to realise that as soon as you started playing. Of course, the game is third person once again. It's arguably more impressive in the combat sections of the game at first, but you soon realise that even these sections are actually incredibly basic. Block, fight back, suck the blood, then move on to the next guy who just seems to stand there waiting for you to finish killing his work buddy. Sadly, the Metroidvania-like lose your power and gain them back again gradually style of the game had grown a little thin by this point, and in all honesty, that other spin-off that came out only half a year ago did it better. Still, it's an alright game. It's a little tedious at times, a little more straightforward too, with very easy boss battles and by far the weakest story of the series so far, and that could be that this too was something completely different before it got shoehorned into a Legacy of Kain game. Now look, this one isn't exactly confirmed, but it is believed that this particular game came from the ruins of not 1 but 2 unreleased games. Remember Shakan Forever Man on the Mega Drive? Well, they had a sequel on the Dreamcast that never really got anywhere, as did a Quake-like game called Sirens. Both were put together by Steve Ross on the concept art side of things, and it's believed by many that from the ashes of those 2 failed concepts came Blood Omen 2. However, this again has never been officially confirmed, and as the game featured the same concept artist, the similarities were always going to be there anyway.
What's on the mind of a Blood Omen disciple at a time like this? Conquest, power, and blood. All the way is blood. Find your dark side. Blood Omen 2 by IDOS Interactive, rated M for mature.
Regardless, the game came out to rather mediocre to good reviews, with the Xbox version being the most favourable of the games, but across the board, everybody agreed that even though it's worth sticking to it for the story, the gameplay is just way too repetitive. Why was this? Well, that would be because it got changed out of the blue mid-development. Again, nobody knows exactly why, but this entry was originally going to be far more stealth-based. I mean, it makes sense, you're powerless to begin with until you gain your abilities back. Stealth actually would have worked quite nicely. But hey, this was the early 2000s. People and gamers liked action, right? So that's what they got. Again, I'm just taking a stab at why that change happens. Nobody knows for sure. For me, a dark, airy fantasy like Metal Gear Solid actually seems like quite a cool idea. Only really letting you slash your way through enemies as you backtrack through areas that you are no doubt far too powerful for seems like a winning formula. Alas, this isn't what we got, and hey, if my wish did come true, it could have been a lot worse. They did change it from that after all, and as stated, the end result isn't exactly bad, it's just a little bland. I'm struggling to think back to a time in the complete history series when every single entry had hiccups all the way through, yet here we are. A much-loved series full of twists and turns, yet every single entry ended up coming out mediocre to good at least. No matter what type of Legacy of Kain game you identified with the most, there is no denying that the fan base was growing with every single release. And considering Blood Omen and Soul Reaver were far from what the original team had started and even further from where they wanted to take it according to interviews, the storylines were always the ultimate hook, and if you wanted to keep that going, you would need to buy every single entry. And sure, Blood Omen 2 didn't really have much of a storyline, but it did still have one, and because of that, fans still picked it up. However, to give the fans what they truly want, both the Soul Reaver team and the Blood Omen 2 team would now work together to create Soul Reaver 3. With the game mechanics in place, no jumping ship between consoles, and plenty of tried and tested formulas behind them, all that was left was simply to make another game, using that same engine and to tweak the mechanics until they made the game unique enough to stand on its own 2 feet. Did they accomplish it? Well, retrospectively, fans didn't think so. Sure, by this point, the story and overly complex lore of the series made it way too much for any newcomer to jump in, but gameplay-wise, the combat got far more complex, which was always the weakest point in the series. A good thing, but the puzzles seemed a lot more standard, similar to Soul Reaver 1 in all honesty. And even though you will find yourself getting lost more than most entries due to the annoying camera angle, it's still worth playing because you play as both characters this time. This mechanic doesn't always work with other games, but here, both characters have enough similarities to not make any one better than the other. Of course, pretty early on in this game's development, the name got changed to Legacy of Kain Defiance, and as you may have already noticed yourself, the gameplay style has shifted again. The reason why that camera angle sucked so hard was because they squeezed in Devil May Cry. And for anyone out there that hasn't played a game like that, very few games can pull that off without it being an absolute pain. With that camera angle now in a fixed position similar to games like Bayonetta, it makes the platforming sections annoyingly hard to judge a lot of the time, and heck, even the combat gets obscured from time to time. The series just couldn't catch a break with nailing down the exact style it wanted to go for. With so many thumbs in the pie, it's easy to see that with the original Blood Omen and Soul Reaver 2-ish, they nailed it. People didn't want another change up, they wanted improvements on the tried and tested formulas. Thankfully, the fanbase was strong enough to warrant this still getting mostly favourable reviews. However, as the Legacy of Kain series had learned time and time again, favourable reviews do not result in big profits, which made it the last game in the series, and that was back in 2003. Over the years, the awkwardly named and even more awkwardly developed games in the Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver series have gained a seriously hardcore cult fanbase. You may have noticed I haven't personally gone too far into the story elements of the game, and that's simply because the lore is so incredibly deep with these 5.5 games. Of course, this all went into overdrive when time travel got implemented, as that ended up creating several paths that the story could take. And honestly, without looking it up, all of these years later, I didn't realise just how crazy these storylines got. Perhaps it's simple old me taking the games at its most simple levels, enjoying the real basics of the story wrapped around a mostly fun, playable experience, and that's no doubt exactly what it is. If I was going to be going into detail about the story in a dedicated video, it would be longer than the video you are watching right now. Thankfully, that's one of the reasons why this particular series is so well loved, no matter how deep you want to go with the story, which is obviously great. The original world was built in the first game, and for the sequels, they got deep with the characters. And as you may have guessed, the story wasn't always agreed upon, hence why there are so many timelines, hence why Dennis kicked off so much wanting to take the series down a different path, hence why fans didn't like Blood Omen 2 due to its basically almost nothing storyline compared to the other entries, and hence why Defiance was mocked after Amy Hennig left the studio to go work at Naughty Dog. Whatever, it happened, and as you may have guessed, out of all of these 5.5 or 6 games, they were not the be-all and end-all of the Legacy of Kain franchise. So with that, let's take a look at all of the cancelled sequels. First off, you had what is simply known as Kane 2, a game by Silicon Knights that didn't go anywhere as it was proposed by the company right in the heart of their legal battles. Several other game pitches came and went too, well, 10 that we know of actually, with a few of them actually turning into sequels that we did get down the line and some others being Sega Saturn ports that never got made. Omen was a 2016 reboot of the original that again was put forward by Mr. Dyack, however, that went absolutely nowhere and is believed to have been quietly cancelled. And of course, you've also got Dark Prophecy and Dead Sun as the real big ones worth mentioning. Dark Prophecy was going to use the same engine as Defiance and would see Kane return once again to a ruined Ascot of the future, which would have been set after the events of the Soul Reaver games, of course. This was being looked after by a third-party development studio as Defiance was still being worked on, and on top of this, the developers were literally drowning in constant Tomb Raider requests from the bigwigs up top, resulting in the Dark Prophecy getting cancelled for mostly unknown reasons shortly after it was announced. And that was it. Fans were getting wound up. They raised their digital pitchforks demanding the resurrection of these beloved characters, which they actually did get in the form of DLC, but never has there ever been another Legacy of Kane game. You see, as Crystal Dynamics continued on with Tomb Raider, getting to a point where they actually turned around the series somewhat with games like Underworld and downloadable spin-off title Guardians of Light, fans started to speculate a new game was indeed in the works due to the DLC on that particular game. Yes, they were correct. However, this is the cancelled games portion of the video. Dead Sun was in development for a really good amount of time by the company Climax Studios from 2010 to 2012, and on top of that, yet another multiplayer game was put to another company called Psyonix, who are more well known now thanks to Rocket League. The reason for this was because Square Enix was the latest company wanting to buy up Eidos. You keeping up? In this takeover bid, the company kept with the new Kane game, but instructed that a multiplayer element was added in, and voila, that's where Psyonix came into play. Anyway, one at a time, the Climax made 6th entry, just like most of the other entries, had a troubled development, getting constantly changed between consoles of the PlayStation 3 and 360 era, before eventually wanting to become a PlayStation 4 launch title, which obviously it didn't. The idea was to create a very Assassin's Creed style game with a much more realistic art style that would still play like a typical Soul Reaver game with all of the bells and whistles that the 3D platforming genre had earned over the years, but of course, in a sort of open world setting. On top of this, as it had been a good long minute since we saw any kind of new Soul Reaver game, the idea to make this more of a reboot or possibly even yet another story timeline was one that was suggested. The project was huge. Square wanted an Assassin's Creed-like game, and that is what they were getting, very slowly. You see, Climax, not exactly the biggest studio in the world, they would fight back at the constant comparisons between this and enormous titles like the Assassin's Creed franchise, but ultimately had to continue on at a snail's pace. Eventually, and before the game was even announced, the marketing team of Square didn't see the light at the end of the tunnel, and unfortunately, it didn't end up going ahead, even though it was quite far into production. That multiplayer game did, though. Unfortunately, Defiance wasn't the final game in the series so far. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see anything of Dead Sun until many, many years into the future after the cancellation. Unfortunately, a multiplayer arena shooter was the final game we did end up getting, and unfortunately, they went free to play with it. The game was released in its beta form, and fans genuinely quite enjoyed it. Sure, at this early stage it was buggy, perhaps a little too buggy, but it did have its fans, and in order to keep its original fans happy, the team promised a narrative that would go along with it, that would continue the all-important story that fans had learned to expect from the franchise up to this point. The problem was, however, those bugs. The more it needed fixing, the more it was costing. The more it was costing, the more it wound up Square Enix, and the more it wound up Square Enix, the less they wanted to inject into the project that was just an add-on to a game that they've actually already cancelled, and a game that was free, but still costing them money to make. Yeah, it was pretty obvious that the writing was on the wall for this one. The team tried to make money by adding skins and all of the other usual and expected free-to-play traits, but they were adding them to an unfinished and buggy game. I don't know about you, but I'm not willing to pay money for extras when I haven't even got the game itself. It was a shame. What you had here was always supposed to be an extra. Would it have held up the same way the 5th and 6th generations of games did? Of course not. All we do know is that this weird unfinished deathmatch game that simply doesn't belong as a standalone title is the final entry we got to a franchise that ultimately may have killed it. It's apparent that Square does not want to make a sequel, and it's already struggled with the reboots. As expected, when Square got the rights to Eidos, they also got the rights to Tomb Raider. And of course, when they rebooted that, they absolutely smashed it, even if those sales didn't pull in the big numbers. Until they gave you more remasters than you ever asked for, that is. But now, after several rather questionable releases, perhaps it's time to bring Raziel and Kane back to life. The fan base gets more and more hardcore with every year they go without a new title. It's been a long time since anything else has ever been mentioned regarding this franchise, and that's just criminal. Thankfully, everything besides the original is still available to download rather easily on Steam, and that original version, well, I have heard on the grapevine that a rather great port called Racist Patch or something, for people that own the original copy, of course, is the best way to play it. So there really isn't any excuse. I said it before, and I'll say it again, this is one of the most requested episodes I have ever done. And after going back and playing those games once again, you can see why. Sure, they're a little rough around the edges, more so as the franchise progresses, but the core, the lore, and the history is here, just as long as you're willing to give it a go. Hey there guys, thanks for checking out the video. Yes, below.
Story. 2 years ago. Maybe it's gonna be like...
Hello everybody, and welcome to my story summary of Legacy of Kane Blood Omen 2. This is the 4th game in the series. I will start off by saying that this game is probably the weak link in terms of the whole story of Legacy of Kane, but there is an important aspect of it, which is Giannis Audrin's involvement, which he will make an appearance, spoilers. The events of this game take place after those in the first Blood Omen after Kane refused the sacrifice, and shows how
The Order of Sirius of Fall. So, not much.
how history had been altered by Kane preventing Raziel's soul from entering the Reaver at the end of Soul Reaver 2. There are a couple of outright mistakes made within the story. One of them being the fact that all of the vampires in this world would be Kane's offspring, considering he would be the final remaining vampire, and they don't ever really address that or behave as such. But it's certainly true of all of them except Janos. And there's a greater, more specific mistake revolving around that we'll get to later. This one's got a little cutscene in the title, so we'll start there. Let's go and get into it. We see Kane kind of pass out and dreaming about the fall of the pillars after his refusal of the sacrifice. We're then shown the beginnings of Kane's campaign against Nosgoth in order to control it, but it seems to hit a snag soon after it hits the city of Meridian. We see that a force led by some creature that we can already kind of tell isn't really human defeats Kane and takes the Soul Reaver for himself. There's also a little opening text, which I'll show here for a bit. We then see Kane wake up in a bit of a daze, and right away he meets the vampire Uma, who says she and some of her friends found him near death and rescued him. She tells him that they're still in Meridian, and that Kane has been asleep recovering for 200 years. She goes on to tell Kane that his army was defeated by a new iteration of the Seraphan, who have taken up the same name and cause to eradicate vampires as the Seraphan in old history. Their leader is known as the Seraphan Lord, who uses magic that vampires find alien, and apparently through promises of destroying vampires, has gained control of all of Nosgoth. She then goes on to say that she belongs to a faction known as the Cabal, who are apparently the final vampires that are resisting Seraphan rule. She says the Cabal are struggling because the glyph magic the Seraphan use detects vampires very easily. She wants Kane to help, and says he can do so mostly because he is no longer recognized by the Seraphan. We also learn later that Kane still uses his beguile ability passively to look human, and these things helping to act covertly can greatly help the Cabal. Now Kane doesn't really need a lot of extra incentive to go after the Seraphan, but he doesn't really trust the Cabal, and he says he doesn't want to play the pawn again. Kane tells Uma that he's ready to confront the Seraphan Lord right now, but Uma says it's too early for several reasons, such as several traitor vampires defending the Seraphan Lord hoping to preserve their own lives, but also Kane is in a weakened state after his long rest. Uma starts taking Kane somewhere he can feed, and talks to him in his head along the way via a whisper ability that vampires seem to have, because it just wouldn't be Blood Omen without disembodied voices. She leads him to a human in shackles, who Kane feeds on, because it just wouldn't be Blood Omen without random humans in shackles, and in fact because of the game mechanics, you as the player are kind of encouraged to kill everybody you see along the way, including villagers that are just minding their own business. So it's very possible that that's exactly what Kane does. At this point we're kind of getting the tutorial and rundown of what it means to be a vampire, but if I need to tell you things like how they feel about water, then you're watching the wrong video. Kane soon comes across this translucent green ball, and Uma explains that it's a barrier that's powered by Seraphan glyph magic. It's made specifically to ward against vampires and burns them like fire upon contact. We also see that glyph magic powers machinery kind of like electricity, and that machinery is maintained by people known as glyphrites, who tend to keep to themselves and have a bad habit of vanishing into thin air. As we go along through the story, I'll note the various returning vampiric abilities that Kane uses throughout the story, especially if they're particularly relevant. For now, for the most part, he just uses Mistform for stealth. After a time, Uma tells Kane that she's going to introduce him to the leader of the Cabal, but soon after they get separated, and she tells him to meet a contact in the slums and be directed from there. Kane soon meets the contact, who's human, so we get the understanding that there are humans who are working for vampires knowingly and oppose the Seraphan, some of them in the hopes of becoming vampires themselves. This human directs Kane towards a place known as the Smuggler's Den, and is promptly killed by a mystery vampire as soon as Kane turns his back. When Kane gets to the Smuggler's Den, a section of the city which is pretty much what it sounds like, Uma whispers him, telling him to meet another contact in the tower, and from there that contact will lead him to the Smuggler's Tunnel. He then meets that contact, who tells him there's a lift beyond the church that leads straight to that tunnel. Kane finds the tunnel without issue, and moving through it we find the mystery vampire that killed the human from earlier. Kane recognizes him as Faustus, a legionnaire who previously served under him, but now he seems to serve the Seraphan. Faustus informs Kane that the Seraphan Lord is aware that Kane is alive, and says things like he doesn't care about other vampires and is happy with the protection that he has. They have a good old fight, and Kane gives him a beatdown, and then drinks his blood. The process might look like this because Kane is reclaiming his vampiric powers, I'm not sure. In this particular case, Kane is now able to jump better. Moving on, Kane meets up with Uma again, who tells him about another string of people that he needs to talk to, starting with the tapster at the Red Raven pub. Kane gives a bit of guff about all this runaround just to meet the Cabal leader, and who's to blame him because there's still a bit, but he goes on anyway. Going to the pub, the tapster doesn't even work for the Cabal, she was just threatened to deliver a message, which is to visit a vendor near the warehouses, and how to get to him. He finds this vendor, who does work for the Cabal, and tells Kane that they are stationed beneath the Blue Lady shop. This area is to the east, however, and is pretty heavily guarded. Kane needs to pass through a Seraphan outpost, and in doing so we get to see an example of how they detect vampires. We see that a few of the Seraphan soldiers are outfitted with armor that glows in the presence of vampires, although there might be a little more to this detection than just glowing. There's not much said about it verbally. Also along this little jaunt of Kane's, he comes across another vampire who's currently in the middle of hunting and makes quite a mess. Kane doesn't currently recognize this vampire, who runs off, and Kane gives chase. We catch up to the vampire briefly to exchange words, who says he is indeed Kane's enemy, but he does not confirm whether or not he works with the Seraphan, although he does. And he then runs off once again. After this, Kane finds the shop, Blue Lady Curios, and finds the Cabal finally hanging out right downstairs. This is where the major story mistake comes into play, as the leader of the Cabal is apparently Vorador. Now Vorador is definitely supposed to be dead after the events of the first Blood Omen, and nothing that has changed history up to this point has changed that, which is confirmed in the following title. Because of this, we'll think of Vorador as a different vampire completely, and we'll call him Frank. Now apparently, Frank did most of the work raising Kane's army before his defeat. Frank says it takes a lot of time and energy to raise vampires, which is part of why they're dwindling. Now we never really go into the process of raising vampires in the series as a whole, we just know it has something to do with reclaiming lost souls after death. Now all this discussion about their numbers is in regards to an upcoming plan to attack the Seraphan Lord. But during all this planning, a vampire scout comes in badly injured to say that Uma has been captured after she has found some very important information and is soon to be executed by the Seraphan. Frank then requests that Kane go rescue Uma, expressing a need for his ability to blend in among humans via his beguile ability. He tells Kane that the Bishop of Meridian, of what faith I'm not sure, is allied with the Cabal, and will help him find a secret entrance to the keep where Uma is held. Kane agrees to go, but he's more interested in Uma's information than her life. He goes to the upper city of Meridian and encounters yet another new vampire. This one Kane recognizes as Marcus, another lieutenant turned traitor. Apparently during the initial battle with the Seraphan, Kane turned on Marcus, or maybe vice versa. Either way, Kane tried to kill Marcus at that time and failed. We learn that Marcus has developed mind control powers similar to those that Kane used in the first Blood Omen. In fact, that's probably why he has them, having been passed down by Kane. He tries using them on Kane to no effect, and Kane says this is because Marcus has been practicing on dull mortal fools with minds full of commerce and dung. I like that quote. Marcus, however, still learns from Kane that he's seeking the Bishop of Meridian and rushes off to find him first. Kane gives chase, but between Marcus warning soldiers ahead of time and a curfew being in place, his beguile ability is not so useful anymore. Not that it really matters. Along the way, Kane encounters some random guy who informs Kane that the Seraphan have already confronted the Bishop about his dealings with the Cabal, and they're currently gathering evidence on the matter, as if the stakes needed to be raised a little bit. In spite of all this, Kane does manage to find the Bishop alive. Marcus, however, is there as well, keeping the Bishop from speaking and threatens to kill him. Kane, of course, has no regard for the life of a mortal and just charges, and Marcus runs off. Kane chases Marcus around the area until they fall inside the cathedral, where they actually start fighting. One thing to note about this fight is Kane uses the sound of the church bells to stun Marcus. This seems to be the beginnings of a vulnerability in vampires that humans learn to exploit later in history, by building what will become the Silence Cathedral. Kane, of course, wins the fight and reclaims his power, blood, whatever, and regains some of his mind control ability. And of course, as luck would have it, Marcus failed to carry out his threat, and the Bishop comes up to Kane alive, thanks him, and then personally escorts him to the Seraphan Keep. Kane now moved on in an effort to find Uma, and if anybody's disembodied voice chimed in at this point, they certainly didn't provide any relevant information, and probably weren't very relevant themselves. We get inside the keep, and we see that several murals of Kane's defeat have been made, but Kane probably sees to it they don't survive the centuries. Further in, Kane finds his way blocked, but another agent of the Cabal happens to be there and says she can open the way. She refuses to do so, however, until a nearby nobleman who is visiting the keep has been killed. Kane begrudgingly agrees to do so, kills him, and moves on. Kane ends up finding the cell where Uma is being held, but she refuses to give the information she has until she's been freed. Kane, of course, does so, and soon after the Seraphan Lord appears wielding the Soul Reaver. The Seraphan Lord and Kane sling insults at each other, and of course Kane wants to fight right away, but Uma poofs them out of there, back to Sanctuary, before any real fighting can happen. Upon their return, Uma tells Fred that the Seraphan have a portal to somewhere unknown within the main foundry of the Industrial Quarter. She says this portal seems to be held open by something they know of called the Nexus Stone. They explain to Kane that the Nexus Stone does a few things such as opening portals, but it's also designed to protect those who wear it from the Soul Reaver. Naturally, this is what the Seraphan Lord used to defeat Kane in the battle centuries ago. The stone would of course be very helpful in the fight against the Seraphan, however the Cabal apparently have been unable to claim it. Kane confidently takes up this task and heads off to the Industrial Quarter. He pretty easily busts through this section of the city and takes a tram to the foundry. Once inside, Kane finds the Nexus Stone and also that vampire vampire that ran off that one time. This time Kane recognizes him as another traitor, Sebastian. Sebastian had apparently arranged the ambush that had defeated Kane 200 years before. The two of them fight, and Sebastian hoping to use some steam vents to his advantage, but this backfires. Upon his defeat, Sebastian tells Kane that this portal that's apparently there but we never see leads to a device beneath Meridian that supposedly will lead to the victory of the Seraphim. Kane then does the thing which gives him better non-story fightitude. He then claims the load-bearing Nexus Stone, which causes the foundry to begin to explode. He attempts to escape the explosion, but then finds himself waking up back in Sanctuary, supposedly rescued by one of the Cabal. Kane then asks Ted about the device which Sebastian spoke of, and Ted knows nothing about it himself, but he speaks of an oracle who may know more about it. This oracle apparently lives just outside of Meridian, so Kane is off once more. The roads outside the city are pretty heavily guarded, and they're also plagued by demon-looking things whose origins aren't quite yet clear, but they are quite mean. After some time traveling, Kane encounters the house of the oracle, goes inside, and she recognizes him right away. It's rather obvious she's neither human nor vampire, and she says the device has been beneath Meridian since ancient times. She has Kane drink her blood to reawaken his telekinetic abilities, which he'll need to navigate the device. Just then, the Seraphim Lord attacks, and the oracle transports Kane straight to the entrance of the device as her home is razed to the ground. I will also note here that the oracle is betraying her people, but it's never really explained why. Upon entering the structure housing the device, Kane encounters a large creature who unsurprisingly knows who Kane is and expresses that he's friendly. He explains that the Seraphim had imprisoned him here in order to use him to fuel the device. The creature tells Kane to seek the builder of the device, and goes on to tell Kane about an eternal prison that lies to the north. Apparently time doesn't really matter there. The creature says the builder is there. There also just so happens to be a tunnel that leads straight from this room to the eternal prison, and the creature assures Kane that the builder will be willing to help destroy the device, so Kane takes the tunnel to the prison. Kane, now suddenly at his destination, walks right into the prison and encounters some kind of guard or something who tells him to leave. Kane of course ignores this repeatedly. These guys are actually almost polite in that they ask Kane to leave several times before finally resorting to attacking him. Along the way, we run into a messed up vampire who's enraged and running around the prison because very specific dietary requirements for the day were not met. In his rampage, this vampire attacks Kane, who runs off and manages to submerge him in some water. In fact, this vampire chases and is submerged by Kane several times, which leads me to believe that these water currents all flow somewhere relatively dry. Deep in the prison, Kane finds the builder and gives him a classic warm Kane greeting. The builder readily explains the function of the device, which is essentially to kill all living things which aren't a member of the species to which the device is attuned. It was however unfinished, and the Seraphim Lord is using that creature and the glyph magic to create a network beneath Meridian in an attempt to boot it up and kill all vampires and humans in Nosgoth. The builder then says that his blood can be used to poison the mass at the center of the device, which is not to be mistaken with the creature we've already met, so Kane can drink his blood to later use. He's asking for death anyway, so Kane happily drinks him dry. On his way out, Kane encounters the crazy vampire one more time, and they actually have a fight. Kane ends up beating him down with a giant statue of Mobius, which is rather significant in that one of the guards previously mentioned that this place was an experiment, and now we know whose. Regardless, this vampire comes to his senses and is revealed to be Magnus, another former lieutenant of Kane's. Unlike the others, however, Magnus says he's still loyal to Kane. Apparently somewhere along the line, the Seraphim Lord captured Magnus, messed with his mind, and sent him to this prison. Magnus also asks for death. Apparently people really don't like it here. So Kane does the maybe blood drink thing one last time, which helps him more easily kill things, and returns to the creature. Upon doing so, it begins to explain to Kane the nature of its captors and the Seraphim Lord. It's finally revealed that they are in fact the Hilden, mentioned at the end of Soul Reaver 2, and they're currently pulling the strings of the Seraphim. Now knowing this and ready to destroy the mass, Kane moves deeper into the device. Kane encounters and kills many Hilden down here, who also seem to be doing many experiments on humans. It also seems that these experiments lead to the creation of those creatures that we found on the road just outside of Meridian. Kane moves past these inconveniences and finds the mass, which he successfully poisons with his blood. When Kane returns to the creature powering the device, it has reconstituted its original form, revealing itself to be Janos Audron. It might be worth to note here that Janos' devolved form when he was weakened is not too dissimilar from the forms of Raziel's brothers in the late Nosgoth era. Also, while this is the first and possibly only time Kane and Janos meet each other, due to their places in prophecy and history, they're equally legendary to each other and already know of each other. Kane does question how Janos lives after having his heart ripped out, and while he doesn't explain why, there is a reason, which directly connects to the warning Kane gave to Raziel at the end of Soul Reaver 2. Janos then gives Kane a quick history lesson about the ancient vampires and their enemy the Hilden, and that the vampires banished them to another plane of existence. Janos says the Hilden circumvented their banishment when one of them broke through, which is also related to him still being alive. Don't worry, we see the whole thing play out in no time. He goes on to say that this Hilden, who was the Seraphim Lord, had the opportunity to break through when Kane refused the sacrifice, dooming the pillars. Once within Nosgoth, the Seraphim Lord constructed a Hilden gate through which other Hilden could enter. Janos then explains that all the Hilden in Nosgoth are tied to this gate, including the Seraphim Lord himself. And so because the banishment is still at least partially in place, if this gate were to be destroyed, all the Hilden within Nosgoth would be killed. So Kane and Janos poof back to Sanctuary so they can begin planning for destroying the gate. So essentially their plan is to just send Kane by himself. The Hilden Gate is located in a city across the sea, which is protected by a shield which apparently prevents vampires from transporting in. Kane's job is to find and commandeer a transport headed towards the city, bust through the city as he's so good at doing, and disable the shield. Uma offers to accompany Kane, and while she does, Kane's not comfortable with it. As soon as they arrive at the wharves where they expect to find a transport, Uma snatches the Nexus Stone from Kane, not trusting his ambition for power. She then runs off thinking that she can defeat the Seraphim Lord herself. Before too long, Kane catches up with her after she has a bad run-in with some Seraphim, and disappointed in her, he kills her, and takes back the Nexus Stone. Kane then manages to find a transport vessel, kills the crew, and sets it on its course. When he arrives at the Hilden City, he very gracefully docks the ship and disembarks. At this time, the Seraphim Lord pops in to greet Kane. Kane brags about having destroyed the device and having the Nexus Stone, but the Seraphim Lord expresses that he's still confident in the army which he's amassed, and leaves. Inside the city, Kane finds some rather helpful humans who are part of a surprisingly unimportant society who are being subjugated by the Hilden. They help Kane get a layout of the city, after which Kane works his way through. He eventually finds the shield generator and destroys it successfully. Afterwards, Janos and Ned show up, and Ned and Kane argue over Uma's death. They all then kind of get meaninglessly ambushed by the Seraphim Lord, who vanishes about as quickly as he appeared. Janos then tells Kane that the only way to destroy the portal is by throwing the Nexus Stone into it, and then uses his fancy teleportation magic to bring Kane straight to the building where it's located. It's here that Kane has the confrontation with the Seraphim Lord he's been looking for, during which it's fairly soon that he throws the Nexus Stone into the portal, sacrificing his defense against the Reaver. But it soon becomes fairly clear that the Reaver was not made for the Seraphim Lord, as Kane manages to disarm him just as Janos pops in. The Seraphim Lord and Janos begin to argue about the ancient war between their two species, with no real revelation about who actually started it. They get into kind of a fight, and the Seraphim Lord seems to have the advantage. Janos then expresses the importance of the Reaver over his own life and urges Kane to seize it. It's then that Janos is thrown into the portal, banishing him to the other plane of existence where the Hilden have been kept all this time. Now in terms of Janos Audron's personal timeline, this is the last we see of him, and we never find out what actually becomes of him. With the Soul Reaver in hand and the portal collapsing around them, Kane gives the Seraphim Lord a final beatdown. Once defeated, he reveals that the plane of existence to which the Hilden had been banished offers a kind of immortality, almost as if to mirror the curse of immortality placed upon the vampires. The portal collapses, the Hilden all kind of dissolve, and Kane moves on to build his empire as he normally planned. And that brings Blood Omen 2 to a close with one final chapter to go.
No, I have been set step by step upon the path that led to this outcome.
Yo, this guy has only the videos about this. Castlevania, Circle of Moon.
Hello everybody, welcome to Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 2. This is the third game in the series coming after Blood Omen and Soul Reaver. You might recognize the opening sequence as the final exchange Raziel and Kain have at the end of Soul Reaver, so we're picking up right where we left off. The conversation is exactly the same, except with a couple lines cut, but I will go over it again, highlighting it in a slightly different way. So let's get started, and I hope you enjoy. So we open on this one with Raziel entering the Chronoclast chamber. Kain asks Raziel if it troubled him to murder his brothers, to which Raziel asks, did it trouble you to order me into the abyss? Kain changes the subject, saying he could not originally fathom the power to be gained from knowing the past of the future tracing out into the infinite. He goes on to say that vampires are so much more than they once were, and that as long as a single one of them stands, they're legion. And he says he learns how futures are predestined ever since Mobius told his eons ago. Raziel then says that he found the tomb of the Seraphim, and that he's angry at Kain for profaning the priests. Kain says that the Seraphim ultimately had the same objectives as the vampires, so they would serve him well. During this conversation, Kain's fiddling with dials within the chamber, and he activates a portal. He steps through, saying fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds. Raziel goes to pursue, following him through the portal, and when he emerges on the other side, he runs into Mobius, who seems quite friendly and welcomes Raziel by name to his destiny. Mobius confirms Raziel traveled through time, and his staff seems to disable the Reaver, for which he apologizes, saying the staff is supposed to incapacitate vampires, and that he means no harm. Raziel says he knows who Mobius is, and that he should kill him where he stands, to which Mobius says, yeah, he probably should, but he doesn't, as Kain gets that honor about 30 years from now. Raziel then asks how Mobius knows his name, and he says that they were close during Raziel's days as a Seraphim. Raziel kind of scoffs at this, and then recognizes this as a Seraphim stronghold. Mobius says that while the days of the Seraphim have passed, he and his mercenaries try to keep their memory alive. We see images of Vordor, and Mobius talks about how he was the scourge of the circle and slaughtered 6 circle members, but he and 2 other guardians conveniently managed to escape. Raziel says he still doesn't really trust Mobius, but Mobius says he doesn't really need Raziel's trust in order for him to help Raziel kill Kain. Mobius then shows Raziel that Kain is waiting for him at the pillars, while confirming that he diverted Raziel here to the stronghold in order to have this chat. Mobius is clearly trying to reinforce that Kain must die because he is destined to destroy the pillars that the guardians are trying to protect, causing the cataclysmic future with which Raziel is familiar. Mobius says to go finish things with Kain, but the mercenaries won't understand Raziel's appearance, so he's going to have to fight his way out, but keep casualties to a minimum. Mobius disappears, and as Raziel's leaving too, he makes note of another time streaming chamber for future use. Then as Raziel's going through the stronghold, he sees the stone and glasswork and comments on the noble heritage that Kain stole from him. He continues forward into the central hall, and the Reaver returns after having spent some time away from Mobius' staff. Raziel says he understands how all the various vampire crusades were so successful if the staff that Mobius used could immobilize his enemies, and he also kind of stops to wonder why it affected the Reaver in the way it did. When he reaches the inner sanctum, he begins to feel a sense of vertigo and displacement. We find the source of this feeling that he's getting is the Soul Reaver resting on the tomb of King William the Just. We also see here an image of King William being assassinated by Kain. Raziel recounts the story of how Kain was coerced by Mobius to go back in time to do this, which is what catalyzed the current mercenary crusade against vampires. The Reaver lies here, still broken from William's fight with Kain, and Raziel, mesmerized, reaches out and watches as the Wraith Blade coils around its twin. He then feels the ravenous will of his Reaver awaken as it begins to leech his soul in order to repair its past self. It completes the job and releases Raziel before destroying him. Then, after this whole process, he feels that the Reaver is no longer just his symbiotic weapon, and that it's now willful and competing for control. Mobius then shows up, and Raziel asks what's happening to him. Mobius deflects blames to Kain, saying that he came without his staff as a show of good faith. Raziel then threatens him with 2 Reavers, and Mobius is clearly terrified, saying that Raziel has no idea what he's doing. At this time, Mobius mentions the Wheel of Fate, and this is kind of a red flag for Raziel, and Mobius does confirm that it does in fact serve the Elder. Raziel then says it's enough knowing that Mobius is frightened of him, and tosses aside the Reaver, saying he's gonna go find Kain at the pillars. Mobius is kind of like, yeah, go find him and kill him, and Raziel's kind of like, I'll do whatever I want to do. Heading out, Raziel sees images of Janos Audron, and according to folklore, he preyed on villagers from the mountains until his heart was ripped out by the Seraphim. This heart became known as the Heart of Darkness, and could allegedly restore vampiric unlife. Raziel then wonders if Janos was really as monstrous as he was depicted by the Seraphim here. He then comes across a memorial to his Seraphim brothers, and he sees a statue of himself, which he says is the first time he's seen his human image since Kain made him a vampire, and he says he feels a sense of loss and injury. But he doesn't stay here too long, and he finally leaves the stronghold. And getting outside, he's able to look out at Nosgoth in its more lush and lively state compared to the husk of a world he knew before, and this strengthens his resolve to confront Kain. Now moving out into the open world, Raziel starts seeing the corpses of vampires from this era, and he says they're not quite the same as the deranged jackals from Kain's empire, which made this crusade look a lot like ruthless persecution. He then arrives at the pillars, which are pristine in the era, and he takes a moment to admire them. He then of course sees Kain, who's waiting there for him as promised. Raziel tells Kain that Mobius led him here, but Kain says Mobius is a real jerk and it's not wise to listen to him. Raziel says he's here to kill Kain, and that the chase is over. Kain says there is no chase, and that they were drawn here by destiny. He goes on to say that he's seen the ending of their story, and that it's ill-conceived and poorly written, and that he wants to rewrite that ending. Kain then explains that this is the moment where Ariel is slain by dark forces. Kain's younger self would then be born immediately after Ariel's death. Then Ariel's husband, Necraptor, suspecting treachery among the Circle, corrupted all of them, which we see happen here, as the pillars immediately begin to decay. All of this causing Kain to be born incapable of fulfilling his role as Balance Guardian. So Raziel asks Kain, what makes him so special? He's merely the last guardian standing at this point. Kain says there is no moral debate here because Raziel didn't come here to the pillars to fulfill some high purpose. He came there to satiate his vengeance, which Kain says is okay as he counted on it. Kain goes on to explain that 30 years from this moment he would make a choice. He could either sacrifice himself for the pillars, ensuring the extinction of vampires in the process thanks to Mobius' crusade, or he could refuse the sacrifice, dooming Nosgoth in the process, throwing the pillars out of balance, but either way, the game is rigged. Kain does agree, however, that it is crucial that the pillars be restored. So Raziel then asks, if we agree that the pillars should be restored, wouldn't it make sense for you to die so that a new Balance Guardian could be born to replace you? Kain says no, because then the pillars would go to the humans, and they don't belong to them, they belong to the vampires. Raziel accuses Kain of being arrogant, which Kain laughs off, but then he goes on to say that there could be a third option, hidden in Raziel's presence here and a monumental secret that Raziel has yet to discover for himself. Kain takes his leave, and Raziel finds himself wondering why he stayed his hand. But he was definitely intrigued, and he said if there were any secrets to be unearthed, he was determined to find them. At this point, Raziel notes he felt he's been being watched this whole time, and that someone was keenly interested in his presence. But Raziel moves on, soon coming across one of these smaller secrets, hidden by a door bearing a familiar image, and sealed with a lock opened by the Soul Reaver. This leads to a chamber underneath the pillars, and we find some murals depicting a winged race. And these guys pretty strongly resemble Raziel, except they distinctly look more angelic. These winged creatures were apparently at war with another race of creatures Raziel didn't recognize. The murals seem to show that the pillars were constructed by these winged creatures, who defeated their enemies, but were then afflicted by a bloodlust resembling that of vampirism. And all throughout the chamber, the Reaver is depicted in some context or another. Then we see that the Elder God is hanging out here, and he chimes in telling Raziel not to believe the lies. Raziel expresses that he's skeptical of the Elder's presence in nature, especially knowing now that Mobius serves him, but the Elder then says that Raziel owes him and not to trust Kain. The two kind of argue for a while about who's really trying to manipulate Raziel, but eventually Raziel moves on, looking for more of these monumental secrets to unearth. He then travels through a series of tunnels and emerges in a swamp, which I believe might be Termagant Forest. Raziel then sees another time stream device which is sealed off, but he could possibly gain access to it later, and then he catches a glimpse of the one who he felt has been watching him him this whole time, Vorador. Raziel finds a way to the terrace where Vorador was standing, but Vorador is no longer there, and instead, Raziel finds the entrance to a shrine, which also has a door which needs to be unlocked by the Reaver. Within the shrine, Raziel finds some more murals that show these winged creatures. There are images illustrating their apocalyptic war, and some further suggesting that they created the pillars, as well as, of course, these shrines where Raziel's finding these murals. And like in the chamber beneath the pillars, the Reaver is often depicted with great reverence. Also, kind of less important to the story is that these shrines are elemental forges where Raziel can imbue the Reaver and activate basins around Nosgoth. These elements, this one being darkness, kind of just act as keys to the other shrines, and aren't permanently applied to the Reaver, hence the basins, which are scattered around Nosgoth to reapply given an element as needed. Raziel recalls that there was a similar shrine near the Seraphon stronghold, and thinks it would be a good idea to check it out next. While Raziel is heading out of the ruins, he sees Vorador waiting just outside to greet him. Vorador says he doesn't really know or trust Raziel, and he says he's been watching him for quite a while as he blithely unlocks ancient secrets only open to someone who's supposed to be some kind of savior to Nosgoth. Raziel asks what the murals are supposed to mean, but Vorador says that they're only fairy tales left behind by an ancient culture, clinging to hope, and that their bloodline slowly trickled away until one remained. He says that if Raziel is supposed to be some kind of savior, that it's already too late, because the last of them, Janos Audron, his creator, has long since died. After Vorador leaves, Raziel appreciated how forthright he was, and moved onward to the next shrine, hoping he'd be able to use the time-streaming chambers afterwards to find Janos in an era where he would still be alive. So he passes through the chamber where the Elder is again, only for the Elders to say that all these murals are just the deceits of a failed civilization. So the two of them argue for a little longer. Raziel leaves and ends up finding the next shrine. Inside this one are of course more murals, and these ones show more definitively that the winged race were the architects of the pillars. And apparently the pillars' function was to banish the enemies they had during this war. He then activates the elemental forge of light within the shrine, and then is ready to head for the Seraphon stronghold to try to use the time-streaming device. Raziel busts his way inside, and he makes his way through the inner sanctum again, and he finds Kain near the Reaver, which causes Raziel to feel that sense of displacement again. Kain mentions once again how they were drawn to this moment, and this time he starts talking about how their presence isn't changing history, that they've always met here. He says the stream of time would simply flow around pebbles like them. But he then poses the question, if history is so immutable, then how did King William's death stop the Nemesis and start this whole vampire crusade? He goes on to explain that this happened because Mobius made sure that both he and William were equipped with the Reaver, the key to diverting the flow of time. Kain then hands the Reaver to Raziel, reassuring him that he holds all the cards. Raziel says that if this is true, then Kain should be frightened as he could easily destroy him, to which Kain says that's exactly what Raziel does, according to history. But Kain tells Raziel that he has the power to fight it, and he can choose not to. We can then see history and destiny collide as Raziel struggles to stay his hand. He then strikes down with the Reaver, and then King William's tomb is destroyed. There are then visible effects of history straining to reshuffle to compensate for Raziel's refusal to kill Kain. Kain gets to his feet and says he may yet be able to reclaim his role as Balance Guardian. Raziel remains pretty skeptical of Kain, but Kain further encourages him to uncover truths about his destiny, and they again part ways for now. Raziel then finds his way back to the time-streaming chambers, and Mobius is of course waiting there. He's looking pretty nervous, and he asks Raziel why he didn't kill Kain. Raziel says because he had a choice, and he chose, saying that Kain revealed the secret to him about the Reaver. Raziel then goes on to threaten Mobius to activate the time-streaming device, saying that he wants to have it taken to a time before the Crusades of the Seraphon long ago. So Mobius adjusts the device, Raziel activates it, but of course, big surprise, Mobius actually sends Raziel a couple centuries into the future, which he later confirms when he runs into a statue of Mobius holding aloft Vorador's decapitated head. And it's not long after that the spirit of Mobius himself shows up. Raziel suggests that Mobius sent him here to trap him because Kain seems to be a wild card in Mobius' game of destiny, but Mobius replies, saying that he sent Raziel to the future to show him that his failure to kill Kain causes all of this chaos to Nosgoth. Now this of course makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, as there's no way killing Kain now would change the effects of what he did as a fledgling. And Raziel totally calls Mobius out on this, to which Mobius just says go away, stop bothering me. To which Raziel says, me go away, why don't you go away? And he threatens to eat Mobius' soul, which causes Mobius to go away. Raziel leaves the stronghold, gets to the pillars, and sees them in their destroyed, ruined form as he knows them, but now that he understands their significance, he views them with a much deeper, newfound horror. He then sees Ariel, who has found her way to the pillars by this point, and she's talking out loud to herself about Kain and her grief with him, and just loudly being sad like ghosts tend to do. So Raziel greets her by saying her time as a spirit has made her deranged, and tells her that her anger towards Kain is definitely misplaced, because the Dark Forces carefully calculated Kain's decision to work against Nosgoth no matter what he did. He then suggests that maybe it's too late for the pillars to be restored by Kain's death, and that maybe she's trapped there forever now. Ariel then kind of goes like, ew, you're one of them, and she disappears. Raziel then chases her into the spectral realm, and he starts to press the point that all of the Circle Guardians, including her, were very manipulative. And while Raziel does make some good points, at this point he's really just being mean, but he does soon agree to leave her be, and he moves onward. I will make a note now that if you're still wondering, these Dark Forces they keep referring to are the Unspoken that came up a few times in Blood Omen, and that the one who was possessing Mortanias is the one that murdered Ariel. Now currently, Raziel is trying to head towards the swamp again, which of course means we need to have another conversation with the Elder, and he starts off by trying to make the same dumb point that Mobius tried to make. But Raziel says it kind of looks like the Elder tore the pillars down himself, and kind of questions why he seems to thrive as Nosgoth dies. He goes on to say that he now sees that the Elder is really no more than a parasitic cancer on the world, but he eventually moves on from there as well. Moving through the swamp, Raziel finds that the passage of time had cleared a new path, which is what he was hoping for. This path leads through a ravine that heads to Ushtenheim, where Janos Audron allegedly hunted. He passes through the old village and comes to find Janos' Eyrie, which is currently collapsed and inaccessible. Kain then makes an appearance, and Raziel says one of my favorite lines in the series, whenever you turn up, something monumental and terrible happens. But Kain promises that there won't be any drama, and he says he's just biding his time. Kain then confirms that Janos Audron is indeed the key to Raziel's destiny, but says that the Dark Forces are now scrambling against them. Raziel then asks about these Dark Forces, but Kain says that they have yet to show their faces. Kain then leads Raziel to it, and he goes on to find a new shrine. The murals in this next shrine confirm that the winged beings were in fact the first vampires. There are also images showing that the vampiric thirst for blood was a curse left behind by their enemies as they were being banished by the pillars. Raziel then activates this forge, being the element of wind, and this one allows him to gain access to the time-streaming device that he found earlier in the swamp. So he goes back to that chamber, busts the door open, and at this point he's got no choice but to activate it on blind faith. After activating it, he emerges to find that the time-streaming device was set to the era of the Seraphon, and he does note that it was too convenient to ascribe to fate, but he does head back to Janos' Eyrie. He gets back there, and he finds that it's still intact in this era, but he has to find his way to the top as the architecture is designed for those with functional wings. Now as fate would have it, there is a puzzle of blood enchantments that creates a walkable path from the bottom to the top. Raziel activates this path and gets to the top, and we finally meet Janos Audron. Now Janos recognizes Raziel and warmly greets him by name, but Janos doesn't recognize what Raziel is and asks, what did they do to you? Raziel says he's been to the Abyss and back just to come to this moment, and Janos starts giving us some information. He tells us he's an additional Circle Guardian, but rather than guarding a pillar, he's the keeper of the Reaver. He says he's been fighting this long to survive in order to honor his obligation to Raziel. He talks about how he's watched as humans forgot about the ancient vampires and have claimed the pillars for themselves, ignorant of their true purpose. Raziel asks why the pillars summon human guardians if they were made and meant for vampires. Janos says this is because the pillars choose their guardians from birth, and vampires are no longer born. Janos confirms that the murals show the truth, and that Raziel does have some important role in his destiny to fulfill. Janos says that the binding of the pillars must be secured, and that the Reaver is the key, which he has with him. Raziel's pretty surprised by this, because he has not been feeling that sense of temporal distortion that he usually feels when he's around another instance of the Reaver. Janos says the Reaver was forged and enchanted to be able to drink the blood of its victims, but he mentions nothing of consuming souls. When Janos presents the Reaver to Raziel, he feels a sense of dread, and yet a strange urge to touch it. But just then, the Seraphim barge in, having followed the path Raziel just made. Janos kind of poofs Raziel over to the next chamber, where the fire shrine is, and Raziel quickly goes to activate the forge. Now there aren't any murals in this shrine, but we do see a statue that shows what Janos might have thought Raziel would have been. Raziel emerges from the shrine just in time to see that none other than his former human self is attacking Janos alongside his former brothers. They have Mobius' staff with them, which they use to immobilize Janos, and human Raziel rips out Janos' heart, just like in the fairy tales. They take the heart and the Reaver with them as they flee before the Aerie crumbles. Raziel goes to Janos and says he feels as if he's taking Janos' life, probably twice over. With his dying breath, Janos tells him to go get the Reaver as it was made for him alone, and he dies. Raziel, now outraged, rejects his past and embraces the role Janos had safeguarded for him, hoping also to reclaim Janos' heart and revive him. When Raziel's leaving the area and headed back to the stronghold, demons start showing up. Now we'd actually seen quite a few demons in the centuries following the Pillar's destruction, but they chase Raziel to this era and reveal themselves to be aligned with the Unspoken, in at least some fashion. Raziel passes by the Elder one final time and suggests that the Elder may not have created him, but rather just found him in the Abyss. The Elder has nothing to say to this, and Raziel moves on to the stronghold. Raziel gets inside the stronghold and soon finds that the Reaver is placed suspiciously in his path. Once again, Raziel does not feel the displacement that he's used to when he's around another instance of the Reaver, but he does feel the sense of dread and the urge to seize it. In this chamber, Mobius shows up alongside Malik in the flesh, and we really don't get to say that very often about Malik. Now Mobius is here for a few reasons. One, he disables the Wraith Blade with his staff, but also we hear that the Circle members are crying out in the distance for Malik to come save them. So this is happening when Vorador is scourging the Circle himself. Because of this, we get the impression that Mobius is stalling Malik in order for things to play out as he needs them to. And finally, he's trying to provoke Raziel into taking up the Reaver that's resting there in the room, which Raziel does, and then Mobius leaves saying an ominous goodbye. Raziel admits he had taken up the Reaver in blind anger, and he moves on to find his former brothers Melchiah and Zephan standing in his way. He does kill them, and we watch their souls disperse and escape in order to become vampires in the future. Raziel finds that the Reaver does drink blood and shares its power with its wielder, making Raziel feel vampiric again as it sustains his physical form. But bound to the Reaver in this way, he is restricted from going to the Spectral Realm for the time being. Raziel moves on and finds his next two brothers, Rahab and Duma, and Raziel comes to feel as if he's in on Kane's blasphemous joke against the Seraphim, as he's providing the corpses that would later become Kane's lieutenants. Raziel then comes across Tyrell, and he says that the vampire Tyrell may have eluded his vengeance, but the Seraphim Tyrell would not. He then comes to face his former human self, who's a bit of a self-righteous jerk. Wraith Raziel runs him through, and soon afterwards the Wraith Blade reawakens and coils around its twin. A terrible revelation begins to gather, as the Wraith Blade kind of leaves Raziel and enters the Reaver, and then they turn on him, draining his spirit. He suddenly realizes why he had not felt the displacement with this iteration of the Reaver. It's because the ravenous spirit contained within the Reaver had always been his own, and had not been present within this sword up to this point. This was why the Soul Reaver was destroyed when Kane tried to strike Raziel, because it could not consume its own soul. Kane shows up, and he tells Raziel not to fight it, to give into it. And just as Raziel can't help but give in, he begins to feel a familiar sense of displacement, just as his soul hovered both outside and inside the blade. He came to realize that this temporal distortion was the third option upon which Kane had gambled everything. Kane removes the Reaver, telling Raziel he's now free to reclaim his destiny. But we begin to see that history is reshuffling again, and Kane's memories are shifting behind his very eyes to account for the changes. Afterwards, Kane says, terrified, that they've walked right into the trap of the Hilden, the true name of our dark forces. He tries to warn Raziel that Janos must stay dead, but Raziel is unable to hear Kane's warning as he slips into the Spectral Realm. Once there, he sees still bound to him, the Reaver, his own soul, showing that Kane had not prevented his fate, it had merely been delayed. The end, for now.
History abhors a paradox.
Why do I remember this?
Hello everybody, welcome to the story summary for the final chapter in the Legacy of Kane series, Legacy of Kane Defiance. It is worth mentioning that a couple of sequels were planned, but were unfortunately ultimately discontinued. As for Defiance, this one, we follow both Kane and Raziel following the events of Soul Reaver 2, switching off between the two of them chapter by chapter. For the purposes of this summary, however, I'll talk about Raziel's perspective first, and then we'll follow Kane up until the point that they've met each other, and then I'll talk about the story as it would naturally unfold. As far as that story goes, some new ideas and questions kind of pop out of nowhere, but it's implemented pretty well, although a couple of those questions are not really answered directly. So I might pause on more frequent occasions to explain some of those connections and elaborate on some of those points. So we'll get into it, and as we do, we actually start with Kane's perspective. He's giving a pretty cool monologue about Destiny, and we see some of the opening cutscenes from Soul Reaver 1. But as I said, I'd like to start on Raziel's side of things, so we'll come back to Kane. When we first start with Raziel, we see he's trapped in the underworld, and he's refusing to feed on souls, starving himself for a few reasons. For one, Raziel's come to the conclusion that the Elder feeds on souls through his servants. And while the Elder stresses that he created Raziel, it doesn't seem to be the case, but he does seem to have created this connection of feeding. At the very least, it's obvious the Elder wants Raziel to consume souls, and Raziel's defiantly refusing to please him. The other major reason, which the Elder is quick to point out, taunting Raziel, calling him a coward, is that Raziel knew he could not be destroyed from starvation as long as he was destined to enter the Reaver, but could not enter the Reaver as long as he remained starving in the underworld. Now if we were watching Raziel do this for centuries, it would get quite boring, so this is of course the moment when Raziel decides to face the music, and he eats a soul. The Elder, seeming to be pleased with this, guides Raziel through the underworld to places where he can do menial tasks, such as eating more souls and killing a bunch of Sluaw, who do not feed the Elder when they themselves consume souls, which is really the only reason the Elder hates them. During these errands, Raziel just makes a break for it and manages to escape from the underworld being a location exclusive to the spectral realm that physically lies beneath the location of the spectral realm that crosses over with the material, similar to the chamber where Raziel first started in Soul Reaver 1. This little escape really just shows that the Elder has a hard time controlling Raziel, but Raziel still needs to find his way from the spectral realm to the material realm in order to at least learn about his fate, if not face it. He quickly finds a conduit to the material realm, but if you recall, the Elder is the one who provides Raziel with these conduits, and says that Raziel is more useful to him as a wraith until he's more obedient, and denies Raziel passage. Raziel, determined to do things on his own terms, begins searching for another way into the material realm, and during his search encounters more agents of the Elder, who of course consume souls on the Elder's behalf, and they immediately attack Raziel. We've maybe not seen these creatures so far in the series because they've just been lurking in the shadows, not being hostile to anybody, but after the attack, Raziel notes that he believes the Elder wants him to feed him as long as possible and possibly become a mindless creature like one of these before entering the Reaver. Raziel pokes around and finds out he's in a cemetery, and among the many corpses present, he finds out that some of them are suitable for a certain type of possession, something he's never needed to do thanks to the conduits. This, however, seems to be a relatively simple means of accessing the material realm without the Elder's assistance. He emerges in a rotting corpse that he himself calls a loathsome vessel, but he says with an effort of will he can change that as well. And I would perhaps speculate that he's able to do so accurately because of his experience with the conduits. I mean, it's clearly to some degree for the audience, and certain characters will need to recognize him later, but he begins making his way back out through the graveyard, still being harassed by the Elder, despite having made an escape to the material realm, and he quickly encounters a group of vampire hunters who are discussing a ghost haunting the pillars. They attack Raziel, and he kills them all, eats their souls. He recognizes these people as Mobius' mercenary vampire hunters, which puts him in the era of the First Blood Omen. He says that because these guys are around, he's lost 500 years since the events that ended Soul Reaver 2. He then points out, as we also should have recognized, that the ghost they were discussing was of course Ariel. Raziel thought to get his bearings in this era by going to talk to her at the pillars after leaving the graveyard. There's still of course a whole rigmarole to doing this, and while exploring, a group of animated corpses spring up out of nowhere to taunt Raziel by name before attacking. After dealing with them, Raziel notes how he must be using a similar method to these guys to enter the material realm from the spectral realm, and is therefore not altogether original. Over time, we come to understand that these things are in fact the Unspoken, otherwise known as the Hilden, who are trying to scratch through the weakening seal of the pillars. They can also kind of mold the form of the corpses they inhabit, you can see their bony little wings, but we might also speculate that a lot of the undead we see in Blood Omen 1 could very well be Hilden themselves. Raziel begins to notice that there are sealed vampire ruins that are older than the cemetery, and not unlike the vampire ruins in Soul Reaver 2, they contain many secrets and history lessons. He gains access to one such chamber by using the Reaver like a key, as we've seen in the past, and within the chamber is a portal which leads to a larger vampire ruin containing, of course, a lot of murals. The first few of these show us nothing really new. We see the vampire and Hilden war, and many heroic depictions of the Reaver, showing it being wielded by its prophesied hero. This all causes Raziel to wonder, if he were supposed to be that hero, why then would the Reaver try to consume him? Another nearby mural shows the appointment of the original vampire guardians, and reiterates that the balanced guardian is the axis of the circle of guardians. And that's all we pretty much get about that for right now. We get to the heart of these ruins, and they contain a forge that are similar to those in Soul Reaver 2. Unlike in that game, these elements do not rely on basins scattered around the world, which are all mysteriously missing now, which is why we're doing the whole Soul Reaver forge, mural, exposition vehicle again. This forge in particular contains elemental darkness, and as far as the story goes, the elements themselves still mostly act as keys. Raziel leaves the ruins and begins backtracking, and in doing so, he discovers that the cemetery he's been wandering around in contains Kane's mausoleum where he first rose as a vampire. This should remind us that the fledgling Kane should be wandering around right now, playing Blood Omen 1. Still in the cemetery, Raziel gains access to another old vampire chamber with another portal leading to another set of ruins very similar to the first. The murals in this one show the vampires being driven to self-destruction because of the curse that was placed upon them by the Hilden. We should already know about this, but it begs the question what it was about the immortality and taste for blood that devastated them so much. For now, this is just foreshadowing answers that we will get later. So Raziel then moves on to the forge of these ruins and imbues his Reaver with elemental light. Now having mostly relearned a bunch of old news, Raziel is now ready to leave the cemetery and head for the pillars. Shortly after leaving, Raziel comes across more mercenaries and witnesses one of them become possessed, which is not unlike what happens to Mortanius by the end of the First Blood Omen, giving us one of our first hints that these guys are unspoken. Raziel then stumbles across one more set of ruins before actually reaching the pillars. The murals start becoming more interesting. These ones show that Vorador had been the one to forge the Soul Reaver long ago. In fact, Vorador was the first human to whom vampirism had been passed. He was sired by none other than Janos Audron, as the Hilden blood curse otherwise prevented them from reproducing, and the vampires who lived, such as Janos, were desperate to preserve their bloodline. In this current era, Vorador was still alive, although not for long, so Raziel decided to seek him out as well. These forge and mural ruins that Raziel is exploring begin to contain the ancient entombed spirits of the original vampire circle guardians. In this particular case, it's the nature and conflict guardians. They don't have a whole lot to say, and we don't really learn a lot about them. They seem to have perhaps given up on prophecies, or maybe never even knew about them, but for the most part these guys are just crazy talk and then attack. Once defeated, their souls kind of get filtered through the forge to get absorbed by the Reaver and then imbued with their respective element, in this case fire. I kind of wish this combination of guardians had been conflict and energy based on what they had chosen for Earth, but whatever. There is some slight significance in absorbing the original guardian souls into the Reaver that kind of ties into the end, but again, there's so much about these guys that's left unsaid. It's also maybe worth noting that light and darkness didn't seem to have guardians associated with them, which maybe there's a good reason for that, I don't know. When Raziel finally gets to the crumbling pillars, he does find Ariel, meeting her for his third time and her first. It's worth mentioning that in Ariel's future meetings, she never remembers Raziel. I find this to be a display of how the long years tied to the pillars and her obsession with Kane's actions have affected her mentally. Raziel says to her that he's only asking for directions, but she says that she only counsels Kane. She already assumes that Raziel is an unspoken, which was a thought that she had when they spoke in Soul Reaver 2. She says to Raziel that she has faith that Kane will make the sacrifice and expel his kind from this world forever. Raziel assures her that she's in denial about the possibility of Kane refusing the sacrifice, but then he just quickly asks for directions to Vorador's manor, saying he'll go away afterwards. She tells Raziel that Vorador lives within the Black Forest, saying he's soon to be hunted by Mobius' mobs. I'm sure she meant Termagant Forest. Raziel then does leave, and in doing so comes across yet another entry into some vampire ruins. These murals are damaged, and they show a prophesied vampire hero meant to bear the Reaver. This kind of isn't really news, but now we're starting to see evidence of a possible adversary to this hero. The spirits in this forge are the former guardians of the mind and dimension pillars. They're all sad about stuff, and they pointlessly offer Raziel the release of death. When failing to follow through, their spirits imbue the Reaver with elemental air. Raziel then finishes his trip to Vorador's mansion, and when he arrives, he mentions that Vorador once held court over a decadent kingdom, but it all stands still and quiet thanks to Mobius' mobs. We don't see any vampire servants wandering around like we did in Blood Omen 1, also probably thanks to the fledgling Kane who's recently been through here. Vorador is even in hiding, and Raziel has to go on a search for him, and in doing so, he does some puzzle stuff and encounters another portal to another set of ruins. The murals here are the same as last time, but these are undamaged, and clearly show the adversary is comparable to the vampire warrior and seems to wield a flaming blade. This causes Raziel to wonder if he were the adversary and Kane the vampire hero. If so, then Raziel's free will is in question, Mobius had been right all along, and Raziel is destined to kill Kane. As for the spirits of this forge, we're not told directly, but by process of elimination, we can tell that these are the guardians of the Death and States pillars. Their spirits coming together to imbue the Reaver with water. A morbid but accurate combination, I would say. Returning to the mansion, Raziel is able to find and unlock Vorador's hiding place. Vorador is present, and when approached, he suggests that Raziel himself doesn't know why he came here. As usual, Raziel simply wants answers, and so he asks about the Reaver, and how Vorador seems to know what he is. Vorador confirms that he did in fact forge the Reaver, but he doesn't know anything about the sorceries Janos or the other vampires may have placed on it. He also says he knows just a few bits of prophecies that his sire, Janos Audron, shared with him. Vorador had believed believed Raziel could be a part of these prophecies, but now believe these prophecies are failing, with the pillars crumbling, his death inevitable, and the fledgling Cain bearing a greater burden than he realizes as the final remaining vampire. Vordor then introduces the fact that he has Janos' corpse with him, and that it's still preserved because the Heart of Darkness still beats out there somewhere. He believes it's located in Avernus, and urges Raziel to search for it, saying Janos would probably have the best answers for him. He then warns Raziel and reminds us that Avernus is in flames because of the presence of an ancient evil, referring to the Unspoken. If you also recall, the chaos in Avernus is caused by Azimuth the Planer, the current guardian of the Pillar of Dimension, summoning a whole bunch of demons and stuff. This makes sense. The Hilden have already been known to be pretty friendly with demons, so they're all coming from the same abyss. Raziel just goes to Avernus, specifically Avernus Cathedral. We don't even get to see the chaos in the city, unfortunately. Once more, fledgling Cain has likely been through here recently, killed Azimuth as well as many of the demon types around here, so for now we only see a few spell-slinging priest guys, who might look a bit familiar from Blood Omen. But before getting too far into Avernus, Raziel encounters, you guessed it, another set of ruins. The murals here explain the vampires' reaction to their curse. We see that the ancient vampires believed in the Wheel of Fate, and therefore followed the Elder. They had felt that their deity had forsaken them, and that their immortality had removed them from the cycle of the Wheel of Fate, so many of them attempted to destroy themselves in order to return to it. The Elder did say something to this effect regarding why he hates vampires at the beginning of Soul Reaver 1. Raziel still believes that the Elder is a soul-leeching parasite on the world and not a god, and is surprised that the ancients could have been fooled so easily. When meeting the ancients that reside in this forge, the old guardians of the time and energy pillars, they clearly have Wheel of Fate fever, and I guess they kind of get what they want when their souls are used to imbue the Reaver with earth. We return to the cathedral, and Raziel opens a passage into its depths. We're immediately hit with more history lesson murals. These ones, however, are not of vampire design. These Hilden images show that the ancient vampires are the ones who started their war. Apparently, the ancient vampires didn't like that the Hilden didn't agree with the Wheel of Fate or submit to the Elder. We also see another image of the vampire hero's adversary, the Hilden hero. Raziel has noted how the similarities between himself and this Hilden hero seem quite intentional, and wonders why everyone is trying to claim him as their pawn. The Elder takes this moment to chime in and tries to reinforce to Raziel that he is in fact the vampire savior's enemy, and that Cain probably won't be happy when he comes to this realization. It is at this point that we begin encountering more demons, telling us that we are getting closer to our ancient evil, further made evident when we stumble across some ritual led by the Circle Guardian of Death, Mortanius. Now, Mortanius is very possessed, and we know it, he knows it, so it seems he's doing all of whatever this is, because he's being coerced in some way. However, before Raziel gets to meet Mortanius, he gets yanked into this ritual pit, perhaps some sort of mistake with the ritual, and he meets somebody else first. It turns out the whole point of this ritual is to feed and sustain a large creature that's being contained within this pit. The surrounding cultists chanting refer to it as Hashak Gik. When this creature reveals itself, it turns out it recognizes Raziel, and remembers Raziel's execution. Raziel then recognizes this creature as Terrell, who, alongside their mutual brother Duma, threw Raziel into the Lake of the Dead at Cain's command. Terrell is the only one of Cain's lieutenants who escaped Raziel's vengeance in Nosgoth's future, and Terrell already seems aware that Raziel has slain their brothers. When asked how he got to this era, Terrell essentially says he was summoned and then doesn't know otherwise. Terrell discusses how the cultists here worship him and how this seems to have transformed him. He still wishes to leave, however, and he's unable to because they prevent him from doing so, which begins to make sense when we learn that Terrell is possessed by the Hilden as well. The Hilden speak through Terrell, and while they're somewhat cryptic about it, they tell Raziel to hurry up with what he's doing because Cain is on his way and he has to go fight him. They also express that Terrell is weakening and he's becoming less suitable as a host for them. Terrell then kind of snaps out of it and then in a hungry rage attacks Raziel. It seems that Terrell's mutation since Raziel's execution has caused him to develop the vampiric vulnerability to certain types of sound. It also seems that the cultists use this vulnerability to keep him contained. Raziel takes advantage of this to claim his vengeance against Terrell. The Hilden don't seem to care too much, and when Terrell's soul is consumed, Raziel gains enhanced telekinetic abilities beyond the projectile that he earned from Terrell's offspring of the future. He uses them to climb out of the pit, and soon comes upon Mortanius, who is sending a message to the fledgling Cain telling him to meet him at the pillars. We could chalk this up to alterations in the timeline, but I prefer to think of this as like a magical voicemail, as we don't hear this from Mortanius in Blood Omen 1 until after Cain has beheaded Mobius, which hasn't happened just yet. When Raziel addresses him, Mortanius' response is not dissimilar from Ariel's. He's familiar with the vampire prophecies and is convinced that Raziel is in fact the Hilden hero. The Hilden possessing Mortanius pops out and confirms this to Raziel, and after Mortanius regains control, Raziel asks him about the Heart of Darkness. Mortanius proudly says he used it to create the vampire champion, the Scion of Balance, who is Raziel's destroyer. We'll come back to the whole Scion of Balance thing. Mortanius says he was wrong in ancient times to rise up with Mobius against the ancient vampires to take guardianship from the pillars, and he used the Heart of Darkness in a bid to restore vampire guardianship. That's kind of all there is to say about Mortanius and Mobius rising up against the vampires, but we'll come back to that as well. Raziel then realizes that the Heart of Darkness beats within Cain's chest, and this helps explain its use to the player in the first Blood Omen. The Hilden in Mortanius pops out one more time and says that it will soon have a stronger vessel, which will also come into play shortly. Mortanius disappears, likely to hunt down Anacroth at the pillars, leaving Raziel to ponder what he must do next. It's at this point that I want to leave Raziel's side of things and shift over to Cain's perspective. Going back to the beginning of this game, Cain starts off in the era of the Seraphan, returning to the Seraphan Fortress. He's here to ask Mobius about Raziel's whereabouts, so we can assume he's not only getting desperate, but has likely been out searching for Raziel since the events of Soul Reaver 2. Also, notice how Cain has kept the physical Reaver after preventing Raziel's soul from being consumed by it. Throughout Cain's side of things, he assembles an emblem which attaches to the Reaver and enhances it. In the game, it's functionally similar to Raziel's elements, but otherwise is even less significant. Cain encounters Mobius, but for this first meeting, Cain is disabled by Mobius' staff. Mobius takes a moment to taunt Cain, telling him that he's not the Scion of Balance from prophecy, and then moves on to somewhere else in the fortress. This would be the first we've heard about the Scion of Balance. This is sensible in that a massive amount of time would have elapsed since the Blood Omen games, and that would have been the last time we would have directly followed Cain, giving him a lot of time to learn about vampire lore and prophecy that we may not know about. By the end of Defiance, we learn that the Scion of Balance is essentially just a specific balance guardian who's destined to restore the pillars. After Mobius walks away, Cain is attacked by a group of Shades. We've seen Shades quite a bit before, particularly in Soul Reaver 2, but I make so little mention of them because they're more annoying than they are significant. Shades are supposed to be amalgamations of the shattered remnants of malicious souls, another byproduct of the binding of the pillars failing. Cain catches back up to Mobius, and when he does, Mobius expectantly greets him. Cain is quick to disarm Mobius of his staff, however, and he starts tossing Mobius around. Cain may not have done this on his first meeting with Mobius because there's no telling how much he knew about Mobius' staff. He may not have had any experience with it. Mobius reminds Cain that this is not the time that he dies, but Cain threatens an alternate outcome. Mobius then tells Cain that preventing Raziel's soul from entering the Reaver was meaningless, and that he still sees Cain's fate, and Raziel still ends up killing him. Cain then recognizes that Raziel retains his free will, preventing Mobius from seeing his future, which is why Mobius fears him so much. This is maybe as significant as the Reaver convergences which have altered the timeline of history so far, as this means that while Raziel cannot alter history on his own, his specific future actions are exclusively unknown to those such as Mobius and the Elder. When asked where Raziel is, Mobius says he's he's contained, referring to the underworld, and he's too dangerous to release until it's time for him to enter the Reaver. He tells Kane there's proof of this somewhere west of the pillars, and then he disappears. Kane flies off in bat form towards the pillars, where he spots a vampire citadel in the distance, and he keeps flying. When Kane arrives at the citadel, he mentions he's more interested in his own destiny as the Scion of Balance than he is in Raziel's. Kane comes upon the vampire prophecy that shows the Hilden hero who's meant to challenge the vampire hero. This in particular showed one specific outcome. He comments that this was no doubt the evidence Mobius meant for him to see. Delving further into the citadel, Kane encounters a familiar-looking portal, which leads to all the same ruins Raziel had been exploring, linking them to each other, but slightly more intact. Going through these ruins, we come to find that Kane is not exempt from exposition from murals, as he encounters one showing how the ancient vampires, after having been cursed, used to adopt or abduct human children who were born as the new pillar guardians, and would then pass vampirism onto them when they came of age. The humans grew to dislike this, so eventually they rose up against the vampires and seized the pillars from them. Kane says this is all for the audience's benefit, as he knew all this already. What Kane learns that he didn't know is that Mobius and Mortanius were the humans who led the uprising against the vampires, meaning that Mobius and Mortanius are both very old, having been around since then, because of their great longevity granted to them by their pillar guardianship. Kane suggests that Mobius hates him because he's the first vampire guardian to exist since those times, either because of its prophetic significance or because it reminds Mobius of what he's forsaken. Kane then sees another set of murals showing the vampire and Hilden heroes locked in combat, with only one of them being destined to survive. Shortly after, Kane returns to a chamber at the center of the Citadel area and unlocks it using pieces of the emblem he's been collecting. Once inside, a familiar voice addresses Kane, saying that he's the Oracle of his ancestors. We, the audience, of course, recognize this voice as the Elder speaking to Kane for the first time. I think that the title of Oracle is the Elder God's true and official title, and so I think it's the inspiration that other characters have used when they've used the title of Oracle for themselves throughout the series. The Elder, or Oracle, informs Kane that Raziel is seeking the Heart of Darkness, and that Kane knows what this means, referring to the events of Blood Omen 2. He offers to open a portal to send Kane to the future to confront Raziel at Avernus. Kane is suspicious, but he needs to get to Raziel for multiple reasons, so he admits he has little choice. Kane had suggested that this chamber may have been sealed to keep something in, and between that and this portal, I suspect that this chamber may be the singular place that the ancient vampires communed with the Elder, while also functioning as a time-streaming device. Kane climbs into and out of the portal, emerging in the same chamber now looking several centuries older. Having seemed to have been straightforward with him so far, the Elder now urges Kane to go kill Raziel. Kane clarifies that Raziel is not his enemy, and flies off straight to Avernus Cathedral, hoping to be able to stop Raziel from raising Janos. Kane's side was much more simple and straightforward, as this is when Raziel and Kane meet, and when they do, Raziel is desperate for answers, and is convinced this confrontation has to happen for him to get them. So he's persistently questioning Kane's motives and his possible desire to use him. Kane insists that Janos must not be raised, that Raziel should trust him, and that he doesn't want to harm Raziel. Raziel is not really convinced, as Kane is holding the empty Reaver, which will ultimately be consuming Raziel, but Kane may need it if he hopes to change what he knows will occur in Blood Omen 2. Raziel attacks, and Kane defends himself, starting an epic struggle that everyone has been waiting for. Kane briefly gains the upper hand, and he takes a moment to express the great harm that will come from using the Heart of Darkness if it's ever found. Raziel asks Kane if he even knows where the heart is or if he's even bothered to look for it. Kane says he doesn't know and it doesn't matter, and Raziel isn't bound by destiny or these prophecies, and he has the opportunity to make a choice. Raziel, not wanting to make a choice at the behest of another, continues his assault against Kane. Now, knowing that Kane doesn't know where the heart is tells me that he's so desperate to prevent Janos from being raised, not so much because he fears the Seraphim Lord, because that all works out for him, but possibly more so because he doesn't want to lose Janos to the abyss at the end of the events of Blood Omen 2. The struggle is interrupted by a moment when Raziel begins slipping into the Reaver through Kane's body. There's a weird moment of hesitation where I think Kane realizes he was so desperate to change things that he didn't really have a plan, and sealing Raziel within the blade wasn't an option. Raziel manages to tear himself away, and in angry retaliation, rips Kane's heart from his chest and casts him into the depths of Avernus Cathedral. After the dust settles, Raziel, having claimed the Heart of Darkness, admits that the madness within Avernus somehow fueled his rage. He felt he'd only walked blindly into a trap laid out by the Hilden, and he wasn't sure if Kane truly meant him harm, and now he feared he'd never know. Raziel returns to Vorador's ransacked mansion, where he finds Mobius, who congratulates him for killing Kane. Raziel asks about Vorador, and Mobius confirms that they have him and are soon going to execute him. Now, we can be sure that the alterations to the timeline up to this point don't cause Vorador to somehow survive this, as it would completely undermine Mobius' plan to make Kane the last remaining vampire before he needs to make his sacrifice. We know Mobius still retains his foresight over others, especially considering that Vorador's death was initially a planned result of a change in the timeline, and so, unfortunately, Vorador cannot actually survive to see Blood Omen 2. When Raziel asks Mobius about his own death, he says he's satisfied going to it knowing he served his role in his master's plans. Mobius says he doesn't care which hero either Kane or Raziel thought they were, as long as Raziel killed Kane. Mobius confirms Raziel's free will and applauds his own ability to manipulate him, which doesn't sit very well with Raziel. Mobius then leaves to attend Vorador's and his own execution, leaving Raziel to tear through mercenaries to get to Janos' body. He gets to Janos and returns to him the Heart of Darkness, hoping it to be worth the price of everything he had forsaken. When Janos awakens, Raziel fills him in on how he's been asleep for 5 centuries and how the vampires are now being exterminated. When Janos prompts Raziel to act quickly, Raziel demands answers about the Reaver, saying he didn't do this as a favor. Janos confirms to Raziel that his presence does foretell the salvation of the vampire race, and that he is in fact destined to wield the Reaver, not be consumed by it. When Raziel reveals that he does wield the Reaver, just not as the ancients had imagined, Janos is a bit surprised, and he admits that Raziel's destiny may be much more labyrinthian than he realized. He brings Raziel to a familiar-looking citadel, though this specific part of it would really only look familiar to Kane, and says this is where the ancients witnessed the summoning of the pillars. Janos knows the binding of the pillars is straining, and when Raziel suggests that they're doomed, Janos says that there's still hope as long as a single vampire, such as Kane, remains. He also says, as Kane did in Soul Reaver 2, that humans are not competent to retain their guardianship over the pillars. Raziel then asks how the vampires lost their guardianship in the first place, and Janos gives us a history lesson that we've mostly already learned. Janos regrets how immortality expelled the vampires from the cycle of death and rebirth, and that he had to pass that immortality on to humans, causing the uprising in the first place. But he said it was a necessary sacrifice, given the importance of maintaining the binding of the pillars. The way Janos talked about it suggested to me that his faith in the Oracle and the Wheel of Fate may have been shaken, but that he's still certain of a natural and necessary life and death cycle. Which makes sense to me. I think the Sluagh that we encounter so often are a part of that natural cycle. Janos then directs Raziel to the vampire's innermost sanctum, located beneath this room, saying that's where he'll find his answers about himself and the Reaver. He says that this is one of those things that Raziel must do for himself and disappears. Raziel passes through the chamber from which Kane recently emerged, and continues in deeper to find the Elder waiting for him. The Elder tells Raziel that now that Kane is dead, it was his fate that mattered, not Raziel's, confirming that he knew that Kane was in fact the Scion of Balance. And regarding Raziel's destiny, at least as to whether he's the vampire or the Hilden hero, we do kind of get vague confirmations about it. Janos did tell Raziel that he was destined to bear the Reaver, making him the vampire hero, but the Hilden were also quick to claim him as their hero. So he's both, and the whole point of the prophecy is to represent Raziel's free will and his ability to choose. This kind of begs the question, why would the vampires foresee a Hilden hero if it would only sow confusion? It could very well just be a storytelling device, but we never come to understand how the prophecies came to be, so they could have just been vague from the start. It's also very possible that the Elder had a hand in making the prophecies more unclear so he can manipulate people in the future. I guess we'll never really know. Anyway, coming back to the vampire sanctum. This room contains what looks like one of those elemental forges, and the Oracle clearly doesn't want Raziel to get to it. Through a series of puzzles, Raziel is able to force the Oracle aside and activate the forge, causing Ariel to appear. When she emerges, Ariel says that the veil has been lifted and she finally recognizes Raziel. She says this forge has summoned the spirits of herself and all of her predecessors through time, meaning the spirits of all of the Balance Guardians except for Kain. I believe this is likely the latest iteration of Ariel, summoned from the future, as she otherwise wouldn't be able to appear to Raziel at other points in his timeline. She tells Raziel to use their spirits to baptize and purify the Reaver, then arm the Scion of Balance to purify him as well. Raziel does this, and it should remind us of something we saw in Soul Reaver 1. Believing Kain to be dead, and again feeling like he's left with more questions than answers, Raziel returns to Janos. When he arrives, the binding of the pillars is failing just before the moment Kain refuses the sacrifice. Janos tells Raziel that hope still remains if he finds the Scion of Balance, just as the pillars shatter, which gives us a little insight about Janos' vague knowledge regarding Kain's specific actions. Moments after the pillars shatter, Janos comes under the control of an unspoken who, from the events of Blood Omen 2, we should know is the Seraphim Lord. Once again, the bad guy tells Raziel how he's been manipulated the whole time and how everything from Kain's involvement in the fall of the Circle to Raziel seeking the Heart of Darkness had been orchestrated, also that the Hilden could gain a foothold in Nosgoth through Janos. We also know from Blood Omen 2 that at least this part of their plan involving Janos is doomed to fail, but that still leaves the issue of the binding of the pillars failing and Nosgoth decaying as a result. Raziel says he's willing to destroy Janos if it puts a stop to the Seraphim Lord, and they fight. Raziel eventually gains the upper hand, but he can't bring himself to finish the job, and he hesitates. The Seraphim Lord quickly takes this opportunity to blast Raziel into the spectral realm, and then he flies off into the events of Blood Omen 2. Raziel awakens to find himself back in the chamber where he purified the Reaver, and the Elder is there taunting him, telling him that his job is finished and he's to be imprisoned in the spectral realm until the time comes for him to enter the physical Reaver. The Elder calls out to Mobius' soul, which tells us that Mobius has been beheaded by the fledgling Kain by now, and then we shift back over to Kain's perspective. Kain awakens in a shadowy realm resembling the vaults of Avernus, and he confirms that Janos' heart is no longer within him, and wonders how he lives. We then hear angry Hilden voices tell him that this is the realm to which the vampires banished them. Reaver still in hand, Kain fights his way through this realm to a portal that exits to Terrell's chamber in Avernus' depths. I'm not certain how deep into the demon realm this is. Perhaps Kain's escape was as possible and easy as it was because this was merely a pocket of the demon realm, or the binding was just particularly thin here. In either case, it would likely be because of all the rituals performed in this area. Beyond that, I want to take a moment to discuss how and why Kain survived. So, to my understanding, the official explanation as to why Kain isn't dead is because he is the Scion of Balance, and his destiny wouldn't allow him to die. This never really sat right with me for several reasons. Not only is it really vague, but Mobius and the Elder would have known that it would have taken something extraordinary to disrupt that destiny, such as when Raziel was destined to destroy Kain, body and soul, with the possessed Soul Reaver, and so they shouldn't have just assumed that Kain had really died. I think, however, that I've got an alternate sensible explanation that I feel fits pretty well with the established story so far. So it had already been established in Blood Omen 2 that the demon realm to which the Hilden had been banished provides a sort of immortality in how it twists them body and soul, not unlike vampirism. I think we could say that Kain's brief time in that demonic pocket dimension caused that demonic influence to affect him, possibly interacting with his vampirism, allowing him to persist without a heart. This explanation offers a little more significance to the fact that the showdown between Kain and Raziel happened within Avernus Cathedral, and can help explain why Kain's survival wouldn't be known to Mobius or the Elder. Because Raziel's destiny is shrouded, he made an unknowable spontaneous decision to blast Kain into the depths of Avernus, which had less foreseeable consequences on Kain. This could also likely mean that Janos would be nearly impossible to destroy after having fallen into the demon realm at the end of Blood Omen 2, and is definitely still out there somewhere. Anyway, those are just my thoughts on the whole Kain dying situation. Moving back to the story, Kain, still in Avernus, says he feels compelled to go to the Vampire Citadel, and without a lead from here it's as good a place as any, so why not? He fights his way out of the cathedral and flies to the Citadel. Once there, he takes in the view of the newly destroyed pillars and reflects on his refusal of the sacrifice and the execution of Raziel as a bid against destiny, wondering if he misread all the signs in his arrogance as Mobius said he did. He descends into the inner chamber where Raziel is in the spectral realm, and there he encounters a newly resurrected Mobius, who is saying something about the Hilden being an inconvenience soon to be dealt with, talking to nobody visible, but we know is his master, the Elder. Mobius is surprised to see Kain here, which we don't get out of him very often, and he tries to use his staff on Kain, which doesn't have any effect without his vampiric heart. And if it weren't for this moment, we could have had an explanation like Kain's original heart was vitalized with unlife and replaced the Heart of Darkness, allowing Kain's continued existence. But oh well. Kain taunts Mobius, saying that his powers are failing, and there might be some truth to this as there's some weird implications regarding his resurrection and his guardianship. His pillar still was restored after his death after all. Kain runs Mobius through with the Reaver, killing him for a second time, but Mobius laughs it off, saying his master will only resurrect him again. Mobius' spirit reawakens in the spectral realm with Raziel standing just behind him, and he's just as happy to see Mobius as Kain was. Mobius lets slip aloud that Kain is still alive just before Raziel runs him through as well with his newly imbued Reaver. And when he does, the new purifying aspect of the Reaver seems to allow Mobius to see the Oracle for the big squid thing that it really is. And then we finally get to see Raziel feed on Mobius' soul, ending his existence and sending him to his wheel of fate. The Elder tells Raziel that his actions don't matter as he was finished with Mobius anyway, and while this is probably just to get under Raziel's skin, this sort of leads me to believe that the Elder might consume Mobius' soul in some form or another in all the other timelines regardless. Now knowing that Kain is alive, Raziel says that the Oracle hasn't the means to destroy either of them. The Elder retorts that maybe he doesn't, but he can just bury them both in the Citadel for all eternity and be done with it. Clearly a very desperate threat. Raziel stops for a moment to think on how the ancient vampires may have never realized what the Oracle truly was, and knowing now how the purifying qualities of the Reaver reveal this nature, he reflects on how all the conflict throughout history was to deliberately fuel the Oracle's wheel of fate, and that he was Nosgoth's true enemy. Saying he knows what needs to be done, Raziel goes to possess the newly slain corpse of Mobius, which awakens in the material realm right in front of Kain. Kain is more than happy to stab Mobius' animated body again, just before Raziel is able to reveal his true form. As he does so, Kain immediately expresses regret as his material Reaver is already absorbing Raziel's spirit. Raziel holds the Reaver, preventing Kain from removing it, saying that this is the only way. Raziel says he understands the Reaver, and that it, now purified, is meant to heal the Scion of Balance, and that he is not Kain's enemy, but rather, as it had been before, he is Kain's right hand and sword. He directs Kain to their true enemy as he dissipates into the Reaver, cleansing him of the corruption that was inflicted upon the Circle by the Mind Guardian, Napraptor. The Elder, now revealed to Kain, threatens him as he did Raziel with entombment within the Citadel. Kain retorts that the Elder wouldn't need to take such measures unless he feared him, Raziel, prompting him to start slicing, and a clash ensues. As they conflict, the Citadel still collapses, but Kain easily escapes, and the Oracle, now weakened, exclaims that he cannot be destroyed and that he will one day claim Kain's soul. Kain just brushes him off, and this whole scene kind of looks like it sets Kain up as a gatekeeper against the Oracle in the future. Kain returns to where he can overlook the pillars and reflects on the gifts Raziel left him, naming off the sword, clarity to see, and of course, best of all, hope. We're still, however, left with quite a few unanswered questions, such as what does it mean for Nosgoth if the Elder Kain is free of corruption? Nosgoth is destined to decay anyway, so will new Pillar Guardians be born in the distant future, and will Nosgoth recover? Also, the conflict with the Hilden wasn't really completely resolved. The binding of the pillars is still destined to fail as well, so they likely still pose a threat and can make more efforts to break through the veil. And one other thing I'm curious about worth mentioning, Kain still needs to return the Soul Reaver to Avernus in the past for his fledgling self to receive it. However, the Soul Reaver won't purify him the first time he requires it for whatever reason. Perhaps the Reaver lost its purifying qualities over time as it became closer to the ravenous spirit that Raziel feared becoming so much. Anyway, with this being the last real entry, at least as far as the story goes, to the series, all we can really do is speculate. And that'll do it. I appreciate you all listening to me drone on this long about the series, and thank you all for watching.
Wow.
Woe to the conquered!
Okay, that's it. Full story. Oh my god. Man, this game was like very deep. Hey, thank you guys for watching. whoever is still here, and I see you tomorrow. Good night.